judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the WePlay Academy League. We're here at the Gauntlet stage, the play-ins, where everything is do or die for these teams. My name is Lucy Luce, and joining me for the play-ins is B-Dog. Brandon, how you doing?
Yeah, really good. Thank you. Got some very exciting best of threes. There's 6 teams in the gauntlet stage, and only 2 of them can make it through to the playoffs. We've got the first round of the gauntlet stage to bring you. And first up, it's going to be Fnatic Rising taking on the Prospects.
Yeah, very exciting matchup to be kicking things off. Both these teams looking in pretty good form. Fnatic Rising obviously coming through as the winners of the previous season of the WePlay Academy. So they've kind of got that title already behind them. And I would say probably come into this maybe the favorites because of that. But Prospects on this great resurgence this season. They only just came together just before season 5 started, and they have just steadily improved as time has gone on.
Yeah, we kind of had this narrative, and we were saying basically when we were looking at the prospects in season 5 that we got to give them just a little bit more time. But first off, here's the highlights from yesterday. It was that tiebreaker game between Astralis Talent and Young Ninjas on Vertigo, and it was a much different game than what we saw the day before. It wasn't a complete Astralis stomp. In fact, Young Ninjas, they came out swinging, and I was very impressed with what they brought to the table. It was a very good team performance, and they just could not, well, Oltex basically, and the rest of Astralis Talent just couldn't stop the Ninjas.
Yeah, that one felt like a really tough loss for Astralis Talent as well, right? Because they had all the momentum. They were up 13-10 on that second half on this T side, looking ready to, on CT side, sorry, looking ready to take the game basically, but couldn't get it across the line. It was this great resurgence late game from Young Ninjas. These clutches that came out again and again pushed them through, which means Young Ninjas, they go through to the later stage of this play-in. They skip this first best of 3. But for Astralis Talent, they're going to be playing a little bit later today against OG Academy.
Yeah, so it just means that by finishing second, you can just only have one opportunity for best of 3. You don't have to go through the hard graft to try and make it into the finals of the gauntlet stages. What really impressed me was the fact that Young Ninjas had these incredible clutches. This one in particular, I think, turned the tide of the entire game. Max to 1 versus 3. Spots the shadow on this final player and completely removes him. And it was just a really good performance. I feel like the fact that Young Ninjas managed to stay in the game the entire time, they weren't phased by what was really happening, and the individual moments really got them across that finish line.
Yeah, and that's what you're kind of looking at with getting into the tail end of the season, right? You need these players to be able to step up and really show that resilience under pressure. And for a lot of these guys, like they're quite young, right? That can be quite stressful, particularly when it gets to the later stages, when you get out of these best of 1s and you're into these grueling best of 3s, where every single game is essentially elimination and your chance to progress. So good from Young Ninjas to show that. We can take a quick look at the standings so far as to how we got here. In Group A, Navi Junior, they dominated the ladder 8-4. You can see they progress immediately to the playoffs. They get to skip this lovely gauntlet stage. Instead, we have Miles NXT, Fnatic Rising, and OG fighting out as 3 of those 6 teams.
Yeah, that also means that we did have to say goodbye as well to Fury Academy, Apex Rebels, and Flames Ascent. A new addition here to We Play Academy League Season 6. But Fnatic Rising, they've done it before. They went through the gauntlet stage in We Play Academy League Season 5, and they ended up winning the entire event. So they've definitely got the potential to do so here. They're going to kick things off against the Prospects. We'll also take a look at the standings over at Group B to see how that one really transpired as well. But I think you take a look at the teams that have made it through. The only little surprise for me, to be honest, is Fury Academy, because Fury Academy, they always seem to make it through, especially to the gauntlet stages. So a little bit heartbreaking for them, but it could just be the kind of motivation they need to take their academy to the next steps, because they've always been quite consistent, but they've never really made it to that playoff position, really.
Yeah, I think that Group A group is really interesting because how close a lot of the score lines were. Like it was only a couple of games either way that could have determined who makes it through and who doesn't. Whereas in Group B, I think it was a little bit more top heavy. You can see Spirit Academy, they're at the top of the leaderboard, 9 for 3. They're again through with Navi to those playoffs finals. And then we have Astralis Talent, Young Ninjas, and Prospects. As mentioned, Young Ninjas and Astralis Talent, they finished at the same position. You can see it on the scoreline there, 8-4. Had to play that tiebreaker yesterday to decide who ended up coming out a little bit ahead. And I think another big surprise here for me, Brandon, was Big Omen Academy not quite making it over. Very close. You can see a couple of games, if they'd gone a different way, could have been the difference. But that was a team that looked fantastic last season.
Yeah, Big Open Academy have been consistent through every single season of WePlay. It's a completely rare sight to see them not even make the gauntlet stage. Normally they're a top three, top four team every single moment, and it just goes to show the level of the competition. It has been raised continuously. I'm looking at MIBR Academy, and I'm actually just really upset to see they only got one win on the board all season, because I was really excited when these guys got announced, because I've been watching them in the South America scene and domestically. They're so good. And you've got Lub, you've got Card, you've got these really good Brazilian players. I was really excited to see what they could perform, but I mean, it just goes to show the level of the competition in the EU.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big difference coming from where you've been playing domestically against a very different brand of Counter-Strike, and particularly for many of these guys, it'll be their first time playing overseas in a tournament. And so that's a big difference to be sort of having to embrace and adapt to. So struggling this time around, but potentially in the future, we'll see some resurgence from them. Also, ENS Academy, I thought were on a bit of an upwards trajectory in season 5. You know, we watched them kind of develop as a squad over that season, and they looked really promising. We saw them looking quite good on Overpass on many occasions, taking down some really big contenders later stages of that season. But this time around, weren't quite able to continue that growth.
No, and I mean, if you want to speak about growth, you got to also just talk about Spirit Academy and the fact that they just keep going from strength to strength. And what's really good for me is you take a look at every single one of these players in Spirit Academy is in the green. They're performing incredibly well. They're all being consistent. And before, the Spirit Academy could be described as the Art Frost show. Really, it was always him just putting up the numbers, being just so dominant. And the fact that you've got everyone on this roster now performing, Donk playing incredibly well, and I think Donk's only 15 years old. I mean, it's incredible.
I mean, that's the exciting thing about the Academy League, right? We get to see these young talents come through. Some of them, yeah, only like 15, 16
Yeah.
years old and just putting on these amazing performances, growing as a player. And then we see them then progress into some really top tier teams. We've seen it time and time again. And that's another bit of formula we talk about. We didn't mention them during that discussion, but Mao's NXT, right? Last season did not have the results they wanted. This is a team that has won Academy League time and time again, just always the number one team. And then they made some changes, obviously losing a couple of players to the main roster, but last season did not get the performance they want. They come in this season with essentially a brand new roster. Shui's gone, Shane's gone. It's complete change up, and they look good. They're in already to the second stage of the play-in, so we'll get to cover them tomorrow against the winner of Astralis Talent and OG Academy. But they have a potential with a basically brand new lineup to maybe get that title again.
Yeah, there's real potential for it, and it's going to be exciting to see how this really develops. And but first, we got to take a look at the task at hand. We're in this gauntlet stage when we've got Fnatic Rising taking on the Prospects, and this is a very interesting best of three to me. And what's interesting, I think the first talking point we can think about is whether Adam S is going to come back into the lineup for Fnatic Rising. The reason why he's currently been substituted, he played the last game against Copenhagen Flames Ascent, is because Pepsor is the substitute for the main Fnatic roster who are currently in Rio about to participate in the major. So if Adam S comes in, that's a really good replacement, by the way. Plays in Nexus. He's a Spanish speaking guy from Romania, and he's got a lot of potential. Very young, very like experienced considering his age. It's a perfect replacement to bring in for Pepsor.
Yeah, and he had a good performance against Flames Ascent. I mean, it was a pretty one-way affair, 16-6 was the scoreline there, but he looked pretty solid, put a 1.28 rating. And so, I mean, this whole Fnatic Rising squad has been performing fantastically this season. And I think when we sort of look at the two teams on paper, they are coming out ahead in terms of their individual performance, but prospects just seem to always find a way to find these victories. And that's how they've made it to this stage. So I think even though if you kind of look on paper, comparing them like for like, it looks like Fnatic Rising should be coming out ahead in terms of those individuals. I think when we look at these teams and how they've been performing, it could really go either way.
I mean, you take a look at the trajectories as you're just mentioning, right? The fact that Fnatic Rising are in ESL Challenger League Season 43, that just goes to just show the level that all of these teams are really competing at. The prospects as well. They've been playing very well, especially in these tier 2 European tournaments such as the CCT circuits. They've been breezing through the competition, and it's really good to see that it's just a continued improvement for the entirety of basically all of these teams here at WePlay.
Yeah, this matchup's pretty exciting as well because obviously they've been in different groups, but even in all these different tournaments that they've both been playing in, we haven't seen them match up against each other yet. So I'm kind of excited to see it play out because we obviously get to see all these teams play so much during the season, but because it is group based, we don't necessarily get to see until we get to this gauntlet stage how they match up against their equivalent position teams on the other side. And for prospects, considering when they came into season 5, they were essentially a brand new team. They didn't quite make it through, the group stages last season, but they found that resurgence towards the tail end where they started to get quite comfortable as a team, getting into the swing of things. Given it was basically 4/5 of this team had just come together. Spicky was the only member that had been there long term. And they're now continuing that momentum. They're starting to grow further. They progress through to the gauntlet stage. They're a team that could be taking titles soon.
Yeah, I genuinely do believe it as well. Spooky, you mentioned the only player that kind of retained over, and he's been consistent throughout this entire iteration and the previous one of the prospects. I mean, you take a look at players on the team that are performing well, you have to highlight Hype, such a good, important player for the prospects, and Bob XD as well. He doesn't always put up the most numbers, but the fact that he is just incredibly consistent for this roster is such a key piece to the puzzle. But for the moment, we're going to throw it to a very short break. When we come back, we've still got more to talk about between this matchup. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to be jumping into this matchup between 0-0 Prospects and Fnatic Rising. Apologies for the delay, but we'll be getting into that one shortly, Brandon. And it's going to be pretty exciting game to kick us off and get straight into that veto. What are you expecting to see?
This is pretty standard. Vertigo does 2 bans. I feel like if we're taking a look at it, for me, the prospects to pick between Overpass and Ancient will be an interesting one. Personally, I'd like to see them go for Ancient. I feel like they'll have more success over that, and there we go. Fnatic Rising, I expect them to pick Inferno, and then that decider could be a Mirage. I feel it.
Yeah, it's either that or Overpass, right? Both teams having success on both of these maps. I know Prospects would probably prefer it to go. Actually, you know what? They're probably happy with both of those options.
Yeah.
So they're playing really well on each. So really, it's going to be up to Fnatic as to where they think this one wants to end. They've had success on both. I think they're a bit of a high win rate on Overpass. So they might feel more comfortable there. But given it's normally Prospects pick anyway in a lot of these series, that it might not want to go somewhere so comfortable.
Yeah, I think Mirage gives better chances to Fnatic Rising, and I feel like it's a map that they can go very well on. But no, actually, they say, okay, let's take the fight to Prospects on Overpass. So that's going to be an interesting one if we need it for our decider. I really like this Ancient pick from the Prospects. They've literally just come off a previous best of 3 that went double overtime. They just beat Los Gutos on it. Really incredible recovery. And immediately in that game, I want to shout out Alex because he was not having the best game at all. He had like 6 kills when it was like 13 to 12 or something like that. Ends the game on like 19 kills. Really nice resurgence, a lot of impact coming through. Really highlights the mental fortitude of some of these players. And now the question for me is, you just come off a very long best of 3. Now you need to come into another one and put your best foot forward in the gauntlet.
Yeah, we take a look at the pre-match stats on Ancient. You can see those green numbers on the right, favoring the Prospects in most cases. And I think the scariest thing there for Fnatic is that 4v5 conversion is quite low, 27%. Just around win quite similar between the two. But in terms of just total map wins, definitely favoring Prospects. So you can see why they've picked into it.
Yeah, for sure. And well, we see that graphic, and that means that the Ancient one will shortly follow. We get straight into the action here. If we're looking at players to highlight for both of these teams, I feel like we've got to mention Volt on Fnatic Rising. UK blood, very, very good player. And there's the nostalgia of Train. We miss you, but we're here instead on Ancient.
It's a nice little bait out, isn't it? If you've just tuned into the broadcast, we always get these lovely little pre-map little graphics of the different maps. So that one makes you think, oh, is Train going to be played? But no, not today, not ever. It is done. Ancient is the future, and Prospects, they want to take us there.
Yeah, for sure. And we've spoken about Volt, very impactful player for Fnatic Rising. And take a look at the other end of things for the Prospects. We talked about them a little bit, but look at Hype, look at Bob XD. Straight into the pistol of Fnatic Rising. I started on the CT side. Prospects grouping towards this B ramp. It's going to be quick.
Yeah, it's very commonplace to go on the pistol rounds. It's going to be aggressing forward, and it's a stack here. Spooks found this nice opener out towards Long, trying to take North ground. Adam S found a kill in the meantime, but Hype taking down Volt is going to allow that bomb to come through. Mace is also brought down low, and Bob XC is still fighting. These kills are just going back and forth in a matter of seconds. There you go. Bob XD with a triple in the round gets Prospects the pistol.
There you go. You talk about him, immediately finds 3 kills. I really like the pace of that from the Prospects and the fact that they are very keen and proactive to take the space out towards Long as soon as these picks come in. Fnatic Rising had a stack, but it didn't really feel like it. And that's because the ground was being taken immediately from the Prospects. And Fnatic Rising, they had no real room to kind of maneuver or trade effectively. It was really good ground being taken.
That's such a necessity on the B side as well for the T side. If you don't get to those good post-plant positions, the retakes are so much more potent from the CT side. You can get really uncomfortable, pushed out, can't really take those favorable fights from ramp. This time around, it is another stack towards B, and Prospects are going to be keeping clear of it at the moment, taking ground in towards mid. This one should be fairly simple. Alex is going to be getting a bit of information over towards B. That's normally how you see these rounds play out. You try and work out where the stack is in play, if there is one, and then the rest of the team can make their way to a nice open bomb site.
Yep, that's exactly what's happened. Hype pushing a little bit. He's got all the information. That bomb is about to be locked onto this A bomb site. And look at this big flank coming in from Fnatic Rising. They're not actually going through shelf and middle. They're electing to go straight all the way through T-Spawn. And Alex now could potentially farm up some cash here, but gets caught out completely.
Yeah, and the intention here from Fnatic Rising is just to do as much damage as possible. They didn't invest anything into this round. You can see it's just 2k across the board. Adamas got a bit more cash just because he did get that kill at the tail end. At the very least, they can take this Mac 10 over. They would have preferred to find one of these Galils, but at the moment, all the rifles are staying clear of this stack, and Fnatic Rising are just holding for someone to exit out from A-Long, but it's not going to be happening as Prospects have a nice free passage in towards mid and CT spawn. So it's going to be, in the end, a very nice second round. Although, with Hype going down, that's a little awkward. And, okay, Spooky's not going to go down. So that's unfortunate that he lost one player at the end to the bomb.
Yeah, but only a Mac 10 could be recovered as that rifle. So it's okay. And they've even thrown it out. They don't want to play with it at all, Fnatic Rising. Drop that one on the floor. Banjo's now going to get an M4 as well. So all the rifles are here for Fnatic Rising. Their buy, it's a little bit better against the Galils and AK-47s, but not too much utility. You can see a lot of it's already being deployed. This battle for mid is so important. Well, Wolfie actually wins out the first fight. bob3 first to full.
Wolfie's looking for more as well. Good tap damage onto Hype. Can't convert it, but he's putting him on notice. Forces him back. Wolfie's a player we haven't mentioned yet in our discussions, but he's also a new addition to the squad. But he has been sort of this ever-present figure in the sort of tier 2 European spaces on Ecstatic for a very long time, and now joins the squad here. And it's been looking quite good since coming in. He's moved over here now. Oh, fast one. Franson catches him off guard, trying to reposition from that spam. The distraction play comes through, gets that kill. And look at that ground being taken, pushing all the way in deep is Franson. He can catch up these rotators. Good first kill, looking for the second. Volt has to try and fight his way through here, but Franson's doubled up. This one's falling apart for Fnatic Rising, and now they're caught in the crossfire as they swing out.
Again, just really well played. The fact that they delegate so much presence over towards this long side of the map, they cut off the rotations before they even kill the cave players, and that allows this crossfire to then be established. Prospects taking so much ground on this bomb site and really stretching it out. And by not having all of your forces in just one choke point, it just allows them to have these favorable fights onto Fnatic Rising, and there's just no way in.
This is a perfect start on the T side as well. We talk about, like, in terms of maps being quite CT sided, this is one of the most. That's a nice deagle from Adamas to at least start things up. Maze getting flashed through. Good opportunity, fully blinded was Alex, and he goes down. Sprit gets a trade immediately. So it is now still this one player advantage for Fnatic Rising, but Prospects have all of the weapons. They don't quite have the ground. They need to start finding a way into this because Fnatic Rising have spread out, and they've got this very deep player in Banjo all the way in towards the A-holes.
That player could have been Spooky. There was a timing up towards the A ramp where, sorry, the B ramp rather, where he could have flanked. And well, they're actually going to group and walk into this. So this could work out effectively. Now the timing's all on whether Adamas and Wolfie are going to force the issue out towards Shelf. They might do that as soon as this utility comes on over. Cave's even been smoked off. And with this Molotov just putting down long presence, it means that Spooky can take the ground yet again and try and recover this situation for Prospects.
Yeah, this is a good ground to be able to get. And if he even gets the kill into Volt here, that's everything. They've now got the player equalization. They've got all the rifles. They've got the crossfire set up. There's not a kit on any of these CTs. And bob3 is just clearing. Adamas didn't have a chance there to respond. So good recovery so far from Prospects. These last two pistol players, they want to give it a look in. Nice shot from Wolfie with the P250. And Banjo's recovered an AK. So there's still a chance here. But with Banjo going down, that should be all she wrote. bob3 and Franson can get away with these rifles. Potentially even get this trailing kill. Nice one onto Wolfie.
What a perfect start on this T side for the Prospects. You talk about Ancient, you say how it is quite CT side. If those changes came in quite a while ago now, especially in towards middle, to give the T's a bit more of a fighting chance to take that space back. But if anything, you almost think that kind of favors the CTs a bit more, of it being so open. And you don't look to this map to be terribly T-sided, but the way the meta is shifting, you kind of get this moment where 6 rounds, it's similar to Nuke, it's plenty on that T side. The fact that Prospects already found 4 and another opening kill, this is getting a little bit risky for Fnatic Rising. Good spam coming in from Maze, but it only does about half HP to Spooky.
At least Mace still has a smoke to work with. He can slow things down, doesn't let them push up any further, and he wants to play around this, see if he can do more damage. But bo3 has found another. Banjo goes down. He's opening this round up, and Wolfie with the AWP is the only defender on this side, but he's creeping forward. Catches bo3 trying to throw out the utility, and now he can take some ground because sort of established his crossfire. But he is the only defender on this side of the map, so he's going to be feeling a little uncomfortable about the A main position being open.
And look at Franson. Just going to try and take that space in. Adams has good control over towards the B ramp. Wolfie's now turned on a dime. Juggling these two positions of middle and A. And now the utility will rain on over for the prospects anyway. But that will just give more opportunity for Franson to work on this lurk. And you see that the prospects, they're delegating a lot of presence here. Just trying to make this exact timing happen, although Wolfie's found him. That's a great moment for fnatic Rising.
Good timing to catch that one. It all came down to who was going to peek first, but the bomb still goes down. They've got no utility left on the T side to defend this. They just have to set up with the post pants. A lot onto hype now with the AWP to find these kills. Holding out towards long at the moment. Wolfie is going to be making his way out there, but there's a timer on this because Short is being pushed by the remaining two players. Maze and Adames getting ready. Smoke come through for the retake. Blocks off Spooky. He can't support now. Has to sit on the other side. Hype repositioning, and that's the time that Wolfie strikes, but the clock is ticking. And Spooky is still alive. He's lined himself out. Going for the spam. Kills him. Now it's the bomb diffuser. Now it's just on to Wolfie. He's got the AWP. It's not the weapon for the job, and he's just sticking it. Spooky's going to run through. The shots missed. He's won the round and even takes Wolfie down with him.
It gets close right at the end. You feel like fnatic Rising are just about to do it. But no, the prospect, Spooky with the lineup on the bomb diffuser. It is just perfect. Timeout being called. Completely correct for fnatic Rising because it felt like the round was always in their control. Even when this bomb site was temporarily relinquished, they push Short and long at the same time. They find both of these kills, and Spooky, just by being proactive and with a timer running low, keeps it flawless so far for the prospects on this T side.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that it's Wolfie that's not the one that goes to the bomb tap first. Obviously, he wasn't in the position because he'd come out through long. But if he's the one that goes down to the smoke, the smoke spray, when Spooky jumps through that smoke, it's a lot easier to take him down if you've got a rifle, right? There's enough time to adjust there. But with the AWP, he had one opportunity. If he misses that shot, we just saw what happens. If he hits it, there's just enough time to get back on the bomb and maybe win that round out. But a fantastic clutch nonetheless. The 1 versus 2 from Spooky comes through, and prospects off to a flawless start on the T side of Ancient.
Look at this force as well. Double FAMAS, 3 M4s, and not much utility again for fnatic Rising. And this change of pace in towards A, it's a little bit of a ruse because the prospects, they're not committing everyone here. And they've actually just left the bomb completely outside A main. Main purpose for this is for bo3 to try and find as much information and maybe cause as much chaos in these rotations as possible for prospects late to strike B.
Yeah, all of this utility is just to get bo3 here. Now he can just stay here. They've got so much time left on the clock to work with. And even though A main gets smoked off, bo3 is still here. He might be able to catch him back. And he turns around. Oh, he's walking backwards out there, and he gets checked by Wolfie. Wolfie gets dinked. Franson with the spam through the smoke does get a trade onto Volt immediately. Adames is considering rotating. Maze is caught between a couple of angles here as well. If they walk out, he's not quite looking the right way. He doesn't spot them. He's looking away. Alex swings around the corner and gets 2. It's going to be B-Slack completely open. Hype spots a player out. Now he can catch off the rotations as well.
There has to be a 4x3 moment. Or his tunnel vision just looking at B ramp. That's so unfortunate. But again, it's just really nice mid-rounding from the prospects. The amount of attention to detail and the amount of resources that they put just to get bo3 in that position in Temple was just everything, because even with him falling there, Wolfie checks him, which is just perfect, by the way. But the fact that Franson just finds a kill through the smoke, it just makes it that little bit more difficult. And the prospects just contact walk cave, completely catch the CTs in transition, and this T side, it is perfect right now.
Yeah, certainly not questioning their decision to pick this over Overpass with this sort of start on the T side of all, and a single bullet here will do it. Oh my god, just get one through the wall, can't quite connect it. He only had 9 HP, but is going to survive, so at least can take that M4 over. The FAMAS comes with it, but with only 2 players surviving, it's not really enough for the full investment. They're taking the time out now to consider their options. I mean, they could force around this. They have full loss bonus, so they might just want to go for a bit of a half buy so that they can do something a bit more solid into the follow-up. They can get the AWP back out for Wolfie. That was, when he had that out, he had a fair bit of impact, actually, finding 3 frags, I think, with it. So if they're able to pull that out into the follow-up, something. But then again, you don't want to be conceding 7 already on the T side before you get a single round.
No, they're going to invest back in. I actually think this is the right decision. It was an interesting choice in the previous, but I feel like it's a testament to what you're saying about you don't want to bleed too many rounds away, especially on the T side. And the fact that you've yet to post one on the defense is very concerning here for Fnatic Rising. The prospects, they're just in cruise control right now. Mid being taken by 3 players by Fnatic Rising. This is different, and this is what they need because it gets them just so much control. But look at the prospects. They're pushing A again.
Well, Banjo is the spotter trying to play around the side boxes. Has a FAMAS. That HE should be pretty hefty. Goes straight onto bo3's toes. Brings him down to half as well. He's trapped in here. They know exactly where he is. Has no support at the moment to get him out either. So he's just going to tuck in. And eventually Banjo does deal with him. That's a good kill going the way of Fnatic Rising early. Adam S trying to get a second as well. The spam doesn't quite finish off Spooky. Gets away with 3 HP just about. Now Maze is looking to respond. Push himself up towards Shelf and swings out. Alex has to move. The trades aren't quite there, and all the kills go towards Fnatic.
Much better round from Fnatic. We'll just watch this bit play out from Franson, and I will explain the response and why it was so good. But I don't want to rule Franson out of anything, to be honest with you. However, this gets a little bit dangerous, especially when they got 2 players on the flank, and it feels like it's just a matter of moments before he is removed. And that was a really nice response. We're just saying the fact that they take 3 players in towards middle is so essential on a map like Ancient, because it means that Maze can go for these proactive plays with the FAMAS alongside Adam S, and there's always support. They don't need to watch their backs for middle because it's already being covered by either utility or just manpower.
Yeah, it feels necessary, and prospects early were taking that control, and now they had to concede. You can see Franson was blocked off every time, couldn't support his teammates in towards lane there, and that's a critical part of the map for both sides. And look at this aggression pushing down the ramp. It's being held by 3 players though, and they just walk straight into the crossfire. Maze and Adam S falling immediately. Hype. He's looking to try and even get more. Can't quite, but I mean the damage is already done. 2 kills go their way, and immediately bit of a reversal here for Fnatic Rising on the back foot once again.
Look at the spam. Wolfie's just being brought down to half. He hasn't even seen a player. Responses to follow-up grenade. Doesn't do too much damage, but Spooky's still walking wounded from the earlier skirmishes. Look at this lane from Fnatic Rising. They put everyone here, and Volt's even walking down the ramp.
It's the right play. Stick all the players here, and that's a good kill from Volt, but he's going to go down immediately. And well, that's some more aggression down ramp. bo3's happy to answer, though, with a double. Gets both of them. There's still Wolfie on the side, but he's brought down half from that spam. Gets 1 nice kill to start with, but not enough bullets to deal with the rest of the players. So prospects, after conceding that round to Fnatic Rising, bounce back, get up to 7.
A little bit rough as well, because Fnatic Rising, their money, it's in an okay spot. I mean, Wolfie can pull out the AWP, it looks like, but again, for Banjo, it's like you can buy an M4, but it comes at a cost of utility, so he has to be relegated to an MP9. Doesn't feel you the most confidence in the world, but speaking of confidence, prospects, well, they're thriving in this environment right now. 7 rounds to 1, and this game is gone by in a blink of an eye.
Once again, a lot now onto Volt. That HE doesn't quite do it, and Volt's removed. bo3 has found him again. bo3 has been so fantastic with these entries, time and time again. Is finding these openers, and these trades just aren't there for Fnatic Rising. Adam S does peer down ramp and gets rewarded with a kill onto Hype, so that's something. They do have this. Oh, okay. Franson is almost in CT spawn. This could essentially end the round, depending on what he's able to find here.
They have to be considering that there could be a possibility here, though. And this is why Maze has come back. Because where Donut has been smoked off, it means that Banjo has no information at all. You can see he's concerned about A. But Franson's in such a great position where he can just completely undo all of this. Here comes another smoke. Maze He's going to work his way through Temple. Not sure if that's actually been heard. It has. bob3 finds him out. And now Banjo's just stuck here with an MP9.
And they've also got Spooky on the other side. Oh, he burns out as well. Franson gets him with the utility. And now he kind of thinks about going for the fight, flashes through, but not going to be going for it. And yeah, I mean, they have to save the AWP. It's just too important. The retake's too difficult in the 2 versus 4.
Allowed it.
Oh, Spooky's on the hunt. Not going to be rewarded, though. So an AK can be picked up. At least they can hold on to these. But, I mean, you've now lost the half. It's 8 rounds to Prospects. This is an incredibly dominant T side.
It's just the variation in their hits. That round, they hold for the aggression that Fnatic Rising have thrown at them, which is classic Fnatic Rising, to be honest. But the fact that they keep pushing these extremities are as soon as the players are falling over towards middle, it just naturally creates that gap anyway. And because they're now concerned, when Adam S finds a kill, it's actually almost to the detriment of Fnatic Rising, just from the fact that the Prospects go, okay, well, Franson can just walk out contact. And we're talking about the variation. It's the difference with utility and these contact plays. And the fact that the Prospects are weaving in both methods into the same rounds is making it very difficult for the game to be read by Fnatic.
Let's see what they can do. Wolfie with the AWP. He needs to be finding impact with this. And look at Prospects. They're grouping up towards A. There's a huge gap in the defense here. Look at the minimap. There's so much focus in towards mid from the CTs that this is completely open. It comes down to the timing here. Oh, Wolfie with the tag onto Spooky. Doesn't quite finish the job. And look, now the execute comes through. All the utility rains out. Prospects are committing to this. They're going to have a completely open bomb site. But that's Spooky going down on that flank. So they do have the man advantage into the post plant.
It all depends on where they decide to take this plant. I really like this boost from Alex because he can just tuck in this entire time. Everyone can take the contact. He doesn't need to reveal himself. And look at bob3 just taking his ground in towards CT. Temple cleared. A lot of information. That means the Prospects can just sit in it. There are 2 flanks on the cards potentially that could come over, but Hype's just taking the contact. Alex still has not revealed himself from this boost.
Taken out eventually, but doesn't matter. Look how good the trades are from Prospect. Every time one of their teammates goes down, there's a trade immediately. Didn't matter that the man advantage was there. It ends up being 1 apiece, and no Hype goes down after time. It doesn't matter. The round is Prospects. 9 now on the board. Fnatic Rising, I mean, I like it. They're going for the mid control, right? That's what they needed to do, but Prospects read them, that they know that had worked well for Fnatic Rising a couple of rounds prior. So their response, oh, we'll just go where the gap's going to be. We're going to go towards A. It's completely clear. And time and time again, they've been finding it empty, right? There's just been 1 player in towards Donut, and they've been able to get a player into Temple consistently.
They're doing it again. And it's, again, the correct call. 3 players start middle for Fnatic Rising, and now they have to be aware that this is a bomb site. It's open completely again. Alex is calling this game perfectly. Banjo through the smoke, gets aggressive, but immediately look at the trades in the kill feed. It's all coming up Prospects.
You got to go for these retakes, surely. You need more rounds. Otherwise, it's going to be double digits for Prospects. Not being given anything, and re-smokes come through, every angle blocked off. This is so frustrating for Fnatic Rising because they want to give this a look in. They know the pressure is on them, but they can't get ahead into these. As soon as the openings come through and they execute, there's just no way into these rounds. These post-plant positions, the utility is just too solid from Prospects.
It's suffocating. Double digits on the T side of Ancient. 10 out of 11. I mean, honestly, what more can you ask for this Prospect side? By the way, Fnatic Rising won the last series of WePlay. WePlay Academy League Season 5. Your winners were Fnatic Rising. And they're being completely dominated here on Prospect's map pick.
Is the best of 3. That is the small little disclaimer to add there. Inferno is Fnatic's pick. That comes up next, and they've looked very good on that consistently over last season and this. But the momentum that Prospects are going to have into this, I mean, 10-1 on your T side. Yeah, you better be calling a timeout for Fnatic Rising. You need more than just a timeout. You need to win some rounds, and it has to start here. I mean, they need 5. That's the minimum. 4 just won't be enough.
No, you need every single round. Wow, this is just unbelievable. I just didn't expect this at all. I knew it would be a very good moment for prospects if they picked Ancient, but I didn't think it would be this one-sided at all. But a lot of experience the prospects have in playing this map. Literally just come off a double overtime victory against Los Cogutos. 15 maps played in the last 3 months. They love this map.
We can see why. When you can put up performances like this in the gauntlet stage, when it matters most, you completely understand why they'd want to be picking this one into this series. Just gonna be straight in. Even though the flash was there and they were blinded, it doesn't matter. ADMS goes down, Maze follows suit. These hits are so potent. There's not a single kill that comes through until the very tail end with Banjo finding hype. Now, once again, these post plans look at the smoke. And Volt's going to be worried about bo3 this entire time. He's holding for it. And he is just about going to get that kill. So it puts it into the 3 versus 3. But look at the setup. There's a smoke in place. They can't even start to enter yet.
Perfect, Molly. And again, it's the ground that's been taken. Over towards short and long. They can just tuck in. So Alex will take the first contact. Even gets one. But now Franson can just swing. It's perfect. And this entire time, Spooky is here, just tucked in the corner. Banjo's got no idea.
Waiting for the perfect one tap.
With him. Yeah.
11. There it is. Most Fnatic Rising can hope for on the CT side is now 4.
Yeah, again, they can buy into it, but it comes at a cost of utility. ADMS has got nothing. No smokes. No flashes. A little bit rough. It's not the worst buy in the world though. It's just a FAMAS on Bolt. That's the only difference. And he is aggressive once again in towards middle. Has got the control at the very least. That's different. It allows space to open up. But now you see the prospects. Look at the reaction immediately. They're not going towards shelf. They're immediately heading towards ramp. But look, bo3 still found one anyway.
The trades are even on the B side as well. And once again, it's player advantage. Going to be spotting this first player coming through, and Spooky just wants to try and take the fight. Banjo just about dodges that nade. Flash over the top. He's going to continue to peek behind it. A second flash. He just wants to peek into this and take the fight, but he's being denied. And Franson doubles up at 12 now for prospects. That started well for Fnatic Rising. There's a bit of a fight towards mid. They dealt with bo3. Volt found it, but then didn't matter. The side hit came through, and prospects just fighting those openers again and again and again. It's a very minor reaction, but the fact they all went through ramp rather than putting anyone towards cave was really clever, because it just means that the mid presence doesn't matter, because you can't see the prospects players coming up towards B. So it's an even fight on the bomb site, and it just favors the prospects. Been so good at finding these entries. Now look at Alex. He's already through all of this utility, and he's creeping up, trying to find a gap in towards Temple, perhaps, or Red Room. Banjo's tucked in behind this close box, lines them up, but can't get a kill again. Yeah, and look at the setup. There's Alex activating now. He can cut off all the rotations. Volt is the only one here that can defend. He gets a nice, but 2 kills, in fact, in there. Does enough damage. And now Alex is able to come through on the flank. ADMS trying to clear him out, but he's already long gone. And this entire time, Spooky has still been up on ledge, waiting to catch up a rotator. He's going to start to come through now as both the CTs group up. Franson's holding Temple, though, and that's a difficult position to clear. You're not quite expecting someone on this far right angle. They start to make their way through. Franson sitting behind here, sprays them as they come through. Gets the first. Maze does trade out immediately. It is low HP onto Alex. Both of them set up over towards Donut. Repositioning now as Alex tucking behind the sight box. And there's just not enough time. Doesn't matter. Spooky gets the kill anyway.
13-1. Heading into the last round of the first half, and look at the buy that Fnatic Rising will manage to piece together. It's going to be very rough. There's going to be a mixed bag of weapons. It's not going to be a comfortable purchase. And this entire half has felt very uncomfortable indeed for Fnatic Rising. I have not seen a T side this just dominant in a very long time on Ancient, if at all.
Yes, outrageous. I'm not seeing Ancient this dominant. in a long time. She's with the RMRs. XT looking for the entries, and so good for it. Can't quite get it. Volt is able to punish this passive setup from Fnatic Rising. Does reward an opening kill. Prospects turn their attention back towards B, where they have been going once they've lost these openers before, trying to punish these entries. And they've been successful. Maze getting spammed down. Oh my god, he's just going to burn out with the bullets. It all just combines. Doesn't even get to see an enemy. Oh my god, Spooky! The pre-fire. Wolfie. Oh, this just feels unfair. Turn it off, Spooky. The back report coming through. And now look at the post plant. All the smokes are down. They're taking more fights. Spooky's looking for more through the smoke. Thinks about firing it off, but he's just playing around the pillar. 3 versus 3 now. There's a chance here, but there's no utility except a single flashbang. Adamas swinging out there. Spooky with another. Immediately traded out, though. So now it is all on to Alex. 1 versus 2. We've seen a clutch in this position before. Gets the first. That bomb's just being defused, though. Volt is sticking it. Gets off it, though. Fires off a few shots. Getting a little bit nervous. Alex gets the kill. Nice tap to close it out. And Prospects 14-1.
I mean, all of the utility combined with the spams of Prospects just net them an opener before they even walk into the site. Look at this. Alex spams, forces Maze out, and then also he's just burning alive at the same time, and that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, that is ridiculous. Alex holds his nerve as well, calls the bluff on the defuse. Volt gets off it because it's 10 seconds. Nearly a completely flawless half for Prospects. Bring out that scoreboard again. Oh my goodness me.
I mean, that's outrageous. That was a 4v5 to start with as well. Gets evened up from that spam kill, and I mean, Spooky just a back shot if I ever seen one. All right, well, Fnatic Rising, what can you do? You can group up towards B as a unit. You can get a nice little gush onto Spooky. He's now feeling a little bit of the pressure. Alex has to do it all now. Volt gets that entry. They do make their way through. Spooky's found the kill despite it all. Is traded out by Banjo. Now Volt's looking to take control, but there's Hype. Gets a nice shot. Adamas with one in response. So it's still the advantage for Fnatic Rising. And here's bob3 with another shot and make it 2. Maze is smoked off as well, so he's not in a great position. It's not planted for him either. I think it's on the default position. And there's a kit on bob3. He's just sticking it. He can just hold this whole defuse. Maze starts to make the noise, tries to deny it, and there's Franson. 15-1. Prospect prize to take this one away.
I think that smoking towards Cave was Fnatic Rising's as well. Just trying to bait him in there. They just didn't expect to lose out those gunfights close range with the Glock, but bob3 finding 2 out towards long, that is honestly just everything. That allows that retake to completely be possible. The fact he's the man with the kit makes it a little bit sweeter. 5 kills away potentially from seeing just obliteration on Ancient.
Yeah, and Prospects, I mean, they have so many opportunities to close this out now. They can do whatever they want, really. A single round, all it will take. Fnatic Rising, at least they managed to get out 5 Galils. I mean, it comes to the detriment of all their utility. There's a flash and a smoke to work with on the T side, so that's tough on Ancient in particular.
There we go. Good find. Franson removed. That's one of the rifles. There's 3 M4s. Pipes immediately pick one up, but Alex oversteps the mark just for a second. It is all onto Hype, who's being pushed in from 2 different angles, but Spooky is just lining them up in Cave. There's 1 player left out towards the B ramp. Spooky's still trying to stay alive, and Hype has found another kill. It's all up to Volt. It needs to be Volt for them to stay alive. 1 versus 1. And he's even repositioned, but Hype wins out the spray battle. Prospects take their map pick 16-1.
16-1. I am absolutely gobsmacked by this performance. That is so dominant from the Prospects, coming in, swinging on their map pick. It's difficult to break this one down, Brandon, because it was just a landslide victory.
What you look at here is you look at 2 very good teams who've been performing exceptionally well, but these minor differences and the structure of this T side is just completely overwhelming, and it's just orchestrated to such great lengths that any team would have struggled against this. The fact that you've got layering upon layering. You've got the combination of the utility and the spam, the contact plays mixed in with the executes. It was just called perfectly by Alex. Take a look at the scoreboard as well. It's consistent on both ends, on both teams, but BobXD, Spooky having fantastic games. And the fact that you called on it earlier in the cast, BobXD finding basically every opening, it's just absurd.
I mean, you look at Fnatic's scores there, and it doesn't look that. It doesn't look like a one round in the entire game. It doesn't look like a 16-1 loss. Like that is actually outrageous. Prospects just outplaying them, really, just strategically have so much more depth on this map. It just felt like they were 10 steps ahead every single time. They were always finding these openers. That T side was just a masterclass to watch. Just the amount of times they were able to get a player into the back lines. They were finding these entries. They were winning every single engagement. And they were adjusting as well. We saw Fnatic Rising, that one round they won. That was off the back of that mid control being established, right? So, prospects immediately adapt. They factor that into every single round. After that, they're taking the openings in towards A, and I mean, just an absolute masterclass.
Yeah, lots of conditioning that was being set, and it was honestly just completely unpredictable. For Fnatic Rising, they need to leave that map in the past and move on pretty quickly because it is still a best of three. Gauntlet lives are on the line, and we're now going to head into the map pick of Inferno for Fnatic Rising, and this should favor them a lot more. They are very prolific on this map. They have taken down some very good teams as well, and they've beaten the prospects recently on this map. It was close. It was 16-14, but they've done it before, and now they need to do it again.
Yeah, it's their best map by far. Into well, outside of Vertigo, which obviously was banned out. So the Inferno is a map they should feel comfortable on. It's also a map that compared to Ancient, it's maybe one of the most sort of evenly matched maps. Although that didn't seem to matter on Ancient, I will say. And considering the T side we just saw out of prospects, if they continue that kind of T side performance with Bob XD finding these openers and just being able to play with the rotations on a map like Inferno, it has the same kind of failings or failings, same kind of ways that it plays out in that respect. You're always trying to make the CTs rotating correctly so that you can exploit a weaker site. And if they continue the sort of play that they were showing us on Ancient, it could be a 2-0, Brandon.
It very much could be, and that's scary. What I will say though is you take a look at Fnatic Rising in particular on this CT side. We're gonna have to get there for a little bit because Fnatic Rising will be starting on that T side, of course, because it's their map pick. But Volt on Banana, that man can single handedly take all of the control every single round. He's one of the best players to do it, in my opinion, especially in the WePlay Academy League. He is prolific on that area of the map. So I feel like they're going to have a very good defense. I know the offense isn't too bad either for Fnatic Rising, but it's just whether that they can mentally reset in time for Inferno just to come around the corner.
Yeah, that's the thing. At the very least, yeah, for Fnatic Rising, they come into the map with a lot of confidence in terms of they play on it. But you're absolutely right. It's whether they can kind of reset after such a devastating loss. I mean, it kind of maybe almost helps that it's such a handed loss because you can kind
Yeah.
of just like laugh it off in a way, right? You can be like, oh, look, it happens. Okay. You have those games. Let's just move on. We know that Inferno is a map that we're comfortable on. We picked into it. We've had victories here against this team before. We've had victories against some very top teams here before. And they come into it, they've got a 71% win rate on this map in recent history. So, they have a lot of confidence compared to prospects. But yeah, we do need to start seeing some of those individuals shining. We saw it kind of on the scoreboard there, right? It wasn't like it was anyone that was kind of falling behind. It was very much a team effort. They can translate that across to Inferno and just, up their game a little bit and not let prospects run over them, then, that's going to be their recipe for success.
I cast my mind back to WePlay Academy League Season 5 and a particular Inferno game between these two teams that went 25-22. That was just clutch after clutch, and it was just individuals performing incredibly. So I'll be honest, I got very high expectations of Inferno here. I'm very excited to see like that one play out. And I feel like for Fnatic Rising, obviously they need to win this game, but I feel like this map definitely does favor them over the prospects. Before today, actually, prospects were on a losing streak of Inferno as well. Like I think it's a 4-map losing streak. So for Fnatic Rising, they're going to have the confidence coming into that. But I guess the recency bias and just what we've watched, prospects look dangerous, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not like Inferno's a map that they're a stranger to by any measure. And you mentioned that game from season 5. I mean, a big key difference in this roster is you've got a different AWPer now. You know, it's no longer Depression, who was the clutch master in that particular map. If we throw our minds back, instead, where we've got Wolfie, who we saw I think one round with that AWP where he was
Yeah.
able to find some good impact. He just didn't get his hands on it. So I mean, I can't really fault him for that. It was just the way that prospects are playing the game. The economy was just never there on the CT side. But Inferno is a different kind of situation. And he is definitely the player that I want to look at to really take it away for Fnatic here.
Yeah, we're touching on stats. Let's take a look at it between these two teams on Inferno. And all right, the pistol round win percentage does favor the prospects, but apart from that, everything is screaming at Fnatic. More maps played with a better win percentage. Yeah, it looks pretty good for this team.
Actually, quite a few games for prospects, all things considered. Like, it's not
Yeah,
that far off, so they are pretty well rehearsed on this map. And like, I mean, we talk about how momentum based, in particular, I think the Academy League can be just because maybe it is just the younger players, and sometimes it could get a bit more in your head, that mental, right? This is why this league is so great, because it gives you that opportunity to play these really important games and to sort of get into those very sort of top level mindsets and that sort of thing. So yeah, that's an interesting consideration into this, but yeah, definitely does favor Fnatic on paper. But I mean, we said that about this series generally, and prospects certainly proved us wrong in that opener.
yeah, for sure. And I mean, we've got some more stats to show you here as well. And everything is pointing towards Fnatic Rising doing it. Um, it's a very interesting point you mentioned just about the just momentum based Counter Strike that we do see a lot here in the Academy League. I feel like, whilst that is definitely a topic for consideration, when you take a look at the fact that these two teams are playing in completely different tournaments, they're actually, some of them are,
Mhm.
they've been playing in the same tournaments, but because they're being exposed now more, they're being playing just more matches. I mean, you can just see it there just from the pre-match stats. That kind of becomes less and less of a factor the more kind of repetitions, the more experience these rosters gain. And the fact that for the majority of these players on the server, they have been together, playing together for the best part of, you're coming up for like over 6 months, and that's really good because it creates chemistry and it creates cohesion. And the fact that we said that prospects in season 5 was like, okay, give these guys a bit of time and they will perform incredibly well. What's happened? They've had a bit of time. They've been able to mold together more as a unit, because that rebuild was massive. It was just spooky, as we said in the pre-show, that was the only player that remained from that entire roster. You got the core, the Lil Mix guys coming over that just helps things out. And for Fnatic Rising and for prospects, you give them time, they're performing. The results are showing. So it's interesting to see where this one will land, because I did not expect the disparity of Ancient, because normally when these two teams match up, it's very close.
Yeah, historically, that is the story between these two teams. I think Inferno definitely has more potential for that, though, and I expect
Yeah.
we'll see it. I mean, looking towards Fnatic Rising, we didn't get to see much of the T. We didn't get to see the T side essentially on Ancient. They're obviously going to be starting on that T side on Inferno, Brandon. You mentioned Volt as a player to be watching. You know, what is it about this squad that we should be keeping an eye on the T side?
Well, the T side is just genuinely quite good for Fnatic Rising, because they've got like a 60% win rate on it, I want to say, just in general. And I feel like when you take a look at this squad, especially on T side, what they do well and what they do just as a team in general is they're very proactive in taking fights. And once they get the fights, they take the space off the back of it. They're not hanging around waiting to kind of play with rotations. They just go, okay, we've got this space, let's take it. Let's continue to push the issue. And they're very much like some aggressive riflers that can really do the damage here. And Wolfie is an AWPer. He's very much one of these guys where T-side Inferno, he actually plays quite well on it, because these close range angles, they do just favor him naturally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see some more of his AWPing because, as we mentioned, we didn't get to see really any of it at all on Ancient. And the other player I want to keep an eye on is Adam S, right? Since coming in, I mean, we barely got to see him so far in the server, obviously. He's come in to serve for Pepsar, and he was quite good in their opening game. Yeah, obviously that map we don't really want to read into the stats too much there, but he's a player that I'm looking to on Inferno as well to potentially be that X factor that if you're prospects, you can't really prepare for that because when a new player comes in that you've not yet played against on this map, that can sort of throw a spanner into the works.
I'm just looking at Wolfie's statistics as well, and against teams in the top 50, he normally performs better. So it's interesting to see that he can compete at this high level here, especially at WePlay Academy League Season 6. And give me like a prediction, Lucy. Like you've seen how Inferno, you see how Ancients played out. We now move on to Inferno. Can Fnatic Rising reset and bring themselves back into this best of 3?
It feels incredibly difficult. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be an absolute struggle here. All the momentum is with prospects after that 16-1 dominance on Ancient. But Inferno, a chance. Fnatic Rising to reset. And if they get off to a good start on this T side, I think this pistol, these first 5-6 rounds, that's going to dictate how this game's going to play out.
We're straight into it. Kills immediately coming into the fold. 3 versus 3, and Hype is a little bit trapped in the apartments, but he will get out and do significant damage on towards Maze.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. In fact, it's something to keep an eye on is prospects do like to take that aggressive control into apartments and take that fight down second mid. We've seen it a lot last season. We've seen it consistently on their Inferno games. And for Fnatic Rising, now they're so nervous. They have no ground because this fight took place in towards second mid. Everyone was committing to that, and they don't know what's taken place on Banana. They don't know that Alex has fallen all the way back, and now they have to spend so much time clearing every angle out.
Alex is on an island here effectively, though. The fact that he's peeking to the right-hand side of this is difficult, but he does manage to escape, and that's important because although he's given up his presence, he can just fall back, and then he's got the utility to prevent.
After this contact, they're going to start to fall back. Branson, he's going to make his way around. There's no contact yet, and now with this smoke going down, that's signaling this is the commitment. They're going to be making their way through. Hype's in towards apartments. This is a difficult position to clear. He can swing out, so drops the bomb, and the second kill as well. Hype doing it all, living up to his name. A triple from Hype.
Again, look at these positions. Fnatic Rising, they feel unsettled. They've created presence over towards top Banana, then they rotate back in. It's a good smoke because it actually just isolates Hype completely on the site. But he's in the one angle you just don't want him to be in. And those shots were just so crispy.
That's unbelievable. He gets 4 in the round as well. Got one of those opening kills down towards second mid from apartments. What a way to start things here. Gets the pistol. And, I mean, Fnatic Rising, no bomb plant. Barely any kills, 3 survive for prospects. They have to full eco into this, so it's starting the same way as Ancient did. That's not what Fnatic Rising need.
Not at all. And I feel like one thing to keep our minds on as well and to think about is the fact that Alex called a very strong game on Ancient, and the worry on Inferno is playing with rotations. If he has the read, if he's just feeling it in the moment and he tells his team to just position correctly, that can be very dangerous because a key part of Inferno is messing with the positioning. Alex, speaking of him, gets the contact. There is a wrap in towards Ruins, and wow, actually, Banjo has completely found Spooky. It's all that pressure on towards Alex. Rotations are here, and Francis tagged down just a little bit.
Great, this is already a good round for them. There was nothing into this, and they got the bomb plant down, and they took down Spooky. Should be getting cleaned up here. Very little chance of Maze being able to do anything, and they're not taking any chances. I think the critical thing there is that kill under the flanking player coming through Ruins. If he goes down there, that's suddenly another rifle that gets picked over. It's suddenly a post fight that looks a lot more deadly and almost a chance to seal it away. But it doesn't transpire that way, and prospects are able to convert.
That's what we're saying about Fnatic Rising. And that's key evidence that they are very good on this T side. That's just Glocks. And they still manage to prize the situation away from the prospects. Alex is in the bomb site the entire time. They still punch in the digits and get themselves a bit of cash. And this allows all the AKs of full belts of utility to come into action. And thereby significantly better than the CTs. Oh.
Well, this is
Deep
this,
nades.
yeah, the nades in towards underpass. Not quite going to connect on anyone. Well, Maze does take a bit of chip damage, but it's not going to do it. Fun one. You get to see they both sort of cross and then land on top of each other. But oh, look at the utility. This is a commitment. All the smoke's coming through, just trying to catch them off guard. Branson almost is, but he still manages to get a kill somehow. Through all of that, finds a kill. And bo3's dropped a smoke to play around, getting the reload off, and they still can't find him. He's hiding in here, spamming, trying to catch off Volt, who's also in the smoke, and bo3 gets it. Unbelievable. Maze and Wolfie, the only T's left. Maze on the side, and bo3's found another. Make it a triple. Unbelievable pit holds from the Bianca.
How is he alive that entire time? And the fact that Volt fires in towards Pit, the tracers come through the smoke and he can just line them up. The M4 is completely silent and suddenly he just upgrades himself to the AK and finds 2 more. What more could you ask for in your Pit player, in your anchor position? That is crazy. I am stunned at how, firstly, Branson manages to full blind swivel, get a kill on the MP9. And then secondly, bo3 just does that.
Unbelievable. Single-handedly gets them the round. Halfway in here from the T. Type looking to get some kills with the MP9. Not going to be able to get it. The Mac-10 comes out ahead, so they get the opener. And once again, they are committing with pace. Bolt leading the charge. He's on low HP though, so he should see the bait out the shots, but it doesn't matter. bo3 gets 2. France has rotated over, up on high towards Graveyard. Gets 1, drops the bomb. Alex is here as well, so this one is getting cleaned up. Animus, the only one that is alive. He's out towards long, nowhere near the bomb. And Alex is holding him from bottom mid.
There's key pieces of information, though, that Fnatic Rising could and should be taken advantage of now. What they know is that prospects like to play up in this apartment's position, and they're quite keen to proactively swing this angle. So this means that Fnatic Rising now need to take extra attention into clearing apartments when they go for these A executes, because it means it just removes an extra layer of this defense and can make them feel comfortable when they swing out for these short pops to try and clear the pit players. Another tiny bit of information is they know the prospects have lined up these grenades and can drop them in down towards the underpass position. So you can have a comfortably sit there. Look at this though. Adam S goes around the corner. Hype misses a shot. Gets another opportunity and Adam S gets chipped down through the wall.
Good damage done. Also, those HEs were thrown out and they brought Maze down low as well. Oh, Spooky's found Adam S. Finishes the job from that tag through the edge of the wall. That's going to be the opener, going the way of prospects. Maze, as mentioned, is low. At the very least, they can start to establish control out towards Banana now if they want to. They know where the AWP is. Hype fires off a shot. Banjo starts to clear out towards top mid, so they're taking map control at the very least.
I like this as well. They've put pressure over towards top brackets. Now they're just all walking over. Cleared sandbags. Bolt wants to get down silently. Oh, nearly. But look at this counter utility, and you can see that Hype is on the way over already. No presence has been felt for 20 seconds. Prospects, they've put all the pieces in the right place again.
I mean, you can leave 2 players at B if bo3 is there in the pit. He'll get all the kills anyway. And that smoke just delayed this hit. They have to force through it. Running out now. Good opener onto Spooky. He goes down. Hype's here. Wants to push through the smoke. Alex is tucked in. Hype finds a kill. But then his player does go down. Hype, the only one remaining. Oh my god, he denies the bomb being planted. 10 seconds left. They have to pick it up from pit and try and get it again. He's lining it up, but Volt is just below with 6 HP. Just about gets the bomb down.
3 versus 2, advantage still with the prospects. Wolfie trying to be a little bit proactive in his search and changes the elevation and still can't quite hit the shot. It's just Volt. He's low. Immediate trades come out and prospects with another retake. Keeping the game flawless. Off to another strong start. Fnatic Rising, they have been able to get into these bomb sites, especially over towards B. Just having a little bit of trouble closing the things out.
So well, got to shout out Hype there, right? Like he not only needs to get 3 kills and denies that bomb being put down, which just throws it all into disarray for Fnatic Rising. He even got that leg earlier in the round, so you may as well call it 4 kills, basically, is what he was able to bring in as soon as he gets the AWP out. So he is having so much impact. We saw it in the pistol round, single-handedly won that, and the same thing in this round, just following.
Run boost. Oh, not quite the kill. Fnatic Rising back out with the rifles, and another different setup again for the prospects. The 2 players in the apartments holding in deep. Banjo is taking the control, but he can't quite swing this corner. It's going to be dangerous.
And this is after he's already shown the AWP in towards mid, so you're not expecting it, but they fall off at the wrong opportunity. Banjo starts to make his way out, and that's when they drop back. The damage actually through the wall there onto Bob XD. Gets brought down to 84. Going to be a huge deal, though. Now he starts to throw a smoke out towards long. He wants to start and take some control here and to keep prospects present, which they've got 4 players over here at the moment.
Yeah, look at this rotate. And this boost as well. Franson. Can he see Volt? No. Can't quite. Silent drop off at the very least. Now this smoke starts to fade. Franson lines them up, does a little bit of damage onto each of them. Gets reflashed in. Volt removed. Hype has found Banjo. And this now forces Fnatic Rising to go in towards B. But that could be alright for them. But no, it's not. I lied. Spooky has just found both.
Tell you what, he always finds these double kills, his B anchor position. Did it on Ancient as well. We saw in a couple of critical rounds. I mean, Wolfie just wants to save. He wants to hold on to this AK. If he can. He might just be able to do it. Oh no, he's going to walk into Bob XD, and there comes the contact. Gets the kill, but not going to be ready for Hype. Tucked in here with the AWP. He's going to walk out, taking the fight. The AWP into the back of the body. 6-0 now for prospects. Mentioned in the pre-game that these first 5 or 6 rounds are going to determine sort of pace of this game and what we should expect to see from it. And well, prospects, they are putting on a show.
It's a good decision for Fnatic Rising. Partial investment. Try to get the bomb down. Throw a little bit of pace over towards the prospects. That means you can buy into the next. Wolfie could even afford an AWP potentially. With the money, it would be very tight. Hype spots a player running up to Banana. Information gathered. Takes a look in towards second middle, and he just makes his journey. I was going to say over towards B, but not quite. 2 players to be tested.
Entering in now, the utility comes through. Spooky now, he's the only one here. The flash comes through, he's blocked off the angle. Spooky doing everything though. Triple kill in the flames, gets the 3rd. Does go down to the CZ, but he's done enough already. This bomb can be punched in. Banjo's down to half though, and well, Maze almost is as well off the back of that HE. Can recover a max 10, but that's it. Banjo, a nice kill in the Franson through the smoke. Now look, another smoke comes through, so he can't even push back to this passive line. He has to sit forward with 17 HP. This smoke is going to allow him to reposition. He's picked up another, so he can block off this angle, and the clock is starting to tick down. They have to come through. They can get past him, and that's the way in for prospects. But he can still unravel everything. No, misses the shot. May is the only one remaining, and he has a Mach 10 at long range. The bomb is being defused. If he can decide to defuse, that would have been it. But no, not quite able to do it. Alex trades him out, and it's a 7-0 start for prospects.
These rounds are so close. Like, I know the scoreline tells a completely different story, but they are quite close indeed. Because again, another one of these partial purchases for Fnatic, and it's just brought into a 1 versus 2 at the end. Really great work, and they are identifying that they are able to get on to this B bomb site. I feel like a combination of that and then really working apartments, a couple of apps pops could really be prospects' undoing, in my opinion.
Tell you what though, Spooky, you gotta really shout him out. Multi-kill after multi-kill on this B bomb site, both here and on Ancient. Exactly what you want out of your anchor, and look at this aggression. Obviously, walking all the way through. Banjo was aware of it. Catches him on the timing. Now, Alex and Spooky, they wanted to go for a bit of aggression there, but they think better of it.
There's more aggression towards apartments as well. Look at this double push coming in. Franson versus Banjo. And Hype's even here on the AWP.
Other one to the tally for the AWPer. of prospects. Spooky's got a smoke he can deploy now as well. Bit of a gap in it. It's a bit of a miss smoke. He's going to try and use that to his advantage. Fnatic Rising start to fall back. Bomb is still here, but they're trying to just check that mid's got anyone in it. Maze is going to be there, pulling a smoke to try and keep the CT's interested. Another smoke comes down from Spooky, picks one up from CT. 35 seconds, but he is the sole defender. Rotation starts to come over in Alex now.
Here comes the utility. Spooky just staying alive in the fire, and these flashbangs, they're perfect, just being sent over the top. Alex has even found another through the smoke. A further flashbang. Spooky, he's just staying alive. He's doing all of the damage. It's up to Maze in a 1 versus 4, and there's even players in Banana. Good find. But is there any more? Yes, the spray holds it as well for the AWP, but he's not ready for Franson in Banana.
Simply not enough time. And I mean, really, it should never be in a position where you have to pull up a 1v4 to win the round. And again, it's just these side holds are just so strong from prospects. Spooky was the only one there on the side itself, and he just stays alive that entire time. The support was fantastic. Franson getting a kill through the smoke was obviously icing on the cake, but then the flashbangs over the top to support all the counter utility, allowing Spooky to sit back in quad, stay alive, and get kill after kill.
Run boost again. Doesn't quite pan out in the way the prospects anticipated. Look at the pace change. Adam S has found Spooky immediately up Banana.
That's the needed opening kill. He is brought down low as a result. Alex is the only one here, has to be careful. Oh, almost gets domed there as he's throwing the utility, and the rotation from Hype is here. Alex fighting Maze out in the open, and Maze gets the kill. The smoke also denying Hype any vision, so he can't go for the trade.
Much better. Bomb to be planted. Banjo still lurking, trying to cut off these transition rotations from Banana that aren't coming in. And the prospects having 2 players to the disadvantage. They're not even going for it. Despite having 8 rounds in a row, they don't want to give this one a look in at all. And I really don't mind it. Look at Spooky's economy. It's not in the best shape of affairs. Hype's money has been building up, but they're playing the long game. They want to make sure that they've got their best foot forward in every single round.
Yes, no need to throw things away when you've already won the half, right? 8-0. That's already a fantastic position to be in. Fnatic Rising only getting their first round on the board now at round number 9. There need to be quite a few more there on the T side. It's a good round. It is flawless from them. They don't lose anyone. They find these openers over towards B, one after another, without any issues, really catching them slipping a little bit there on the defense.
Yeah, perfect. Just aggression from Fnatic Rising. That's kind of more what I expected to see out of them. The prospects just really taking the fight to them, making it very difficult to try and get these plays on the board. Again, a deep smoke in towards B. Prospects very keen to try and take this control, but the flashbang through potentially could be their undoing. Maze, he's running for it.
Adam S finds the opener though. Alex goes down. Damage done. He's really low again. Spooky out in the open, trying to catch him at the off angle, but doesn't matter. Can't convert the kill. 2 players on barely a slither of health, 2 and 4 HP respectively. At least Franson does get one in response. Bomb's going to go down, and you're so out of position. You might want to give it a look in just because you know 2 players are low, and the bomb hasn't gone down yet. So there's a bit of time to work with. But it's tough, and they might not even go for it. In fact, yeah, it does look like the save is going to come through. They have Bob XD. He's deep down towards T-Rab. He can maybe catch off any saving players that try and retreat. So that's something at the very least. They can inflict some further economical damage before Fnatic Rising start to stage his late stage comeback. Because if they get onto a roll, you can start to feel on the foot. And suddenly, you're looking at maybe 5 or 6 rounds on this T side.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I really like this from Fnatic Rising. The fact that they're countering the prospect setup with aggression, and they are looking for exits. They're trying to keep the economy a little bit honest.
Oh, that's nice.
Good nade.
Man, that's huge.
Feels bad for Maze. He took a lot of damage from the utility. in that round in general. But Adam S, his impact cannot be understated right now. He has 2 kills in the server. Both of those kills have been openers in back-to-back rounds that have allowed Fnatic Rising to get their score up.
Still an uphill battle because of these save rounds 2 times in a row. There's still plenty for prospects to be working with before their reset. You can see Hype has got enough for another AWP if he needs it. But now they're feeling the pressure a bit more. They're holding a bit more passive. Maze, again, is brought down so low from this utility. He is having the worst time on Inferno. Every single round is brought down to half or worse in the first 30 seconds just from nades that are thrown his way.
But here's another aggressive lean from Fnatic. Look at how quick they're going up towards short. Branson could be pre-fired. It's bob3 on the balcony again. This time removed by Volt. Branson and Hype. It's a deep setup in the bomb site. Volt finds another. Can't quite find Branson, but there's an immediate trade. It's Maze, the low HP player, and it's all up to Spooky. He does want to give this one a look in.
So many players on the site there for Fnatic and for Prospect, sorry, and somehow they couldn't find any of these Fnatic kills. Maze finishing the job with the AWP as well. Spooky removes. That's now 3 in a row for Fnatic Rising, starting to really get into the swing of things, finding that momentum that they weren't able to on those first 7-8 rounds. The Prospects still have the buy, and they have the loss bonus starting to kick in as well. So they're going to have enough to work with into this one. It's still this uphill battle. It does favor Fnatic Rising now. They've got the AWP out on Wolfie. It's an MP9 in Spooky's hands. The utility, they're missing a couple of small pieces. This is the start of the comeback for Fnatic Rising.
It is. They're chipping down the economy piece by piece. Look at these aggressive forward Molotovs. It allows the space to be created and taken by Maze. Just a forward flash. Again, proactive. This is what we're talking about. Fnatic Rising, they want to stand and fight. Pre-fire raining out. Doesn't quite deal with Alex, but it allows an opportunity again. Look at Maze. He's going to find Spooky here. Spooky's got no idea.
He's just walked all the way through, gets that first kill. His play next to him. Now the rest of the team is here. Maze with a double. Hype swings through. Is able to get 1 and a second. The smoke. It's protecting him. He's able to stand and fight. Get 2. Even things back out. And he stays alive here. Fnatic Rising can't commit. They're completely walled off by that smoke. And then there's a follow-up as well. All this utility being thrown out. You can see Hype is feeling the pressure. And now it's going to come. All of the utility raiding back through. The rotation's coming, but it's only 1 player. But Hype is still standing. Gets another kill. The defense, that flashbang is perfect. But he's running low on ammunition. Can't quite hit the shots. Now they're both honed in on his position. The AWP, but it doesn't matter. bob3 swings through the smoke and gets both.
What a hold. What a hold from Hype. The fact that he's just allowed to stay there, replenish utility, redistribute it, and then just tuck in, waiting for further flashbangs, creating so much distraction that bob3 is just allowed to run through this smoke. It's a perfect response. But again, Fnatic Rising, that's an individual player that's bailed prospects out of this position. And there's another one. Hype being so aggressive in towards second middle. Deep nades to follow up. Actually, Adam S catches Spooky, but the damage has been done.
Maze catches another nade. Unbelievable. But now it's all on to Alex. The rotations are coming through, and he's on this elevated angle. Doubles up, gets them both. Can't quite get the third, but Bolt is burning alive. Wolfie, the only one remaining, and Branson catches him through the smoke. Time the opening kill goes the way of prospects. Fnatic feel the pressure to go to B. They get that opener. But Alex, I mean, he just does it all here. They try and force through this smoke, wanting to catch off this sole defender, and it just fires spectacularly.
Again, it's good work from a B defender, which has typically been the prospect's weakness. And then the reaction's perfect. Follow-up, utility. The incendiary splits the attack, and it allows room for the boost. Here we go. Second middle peak. Branson finds another opener. It's just pistols. It doesn't even matter. Branson still wants to fight them anyway. However, Adam S has found another kill on towards Spooky. He's been getting the best in that engagement.
Yes, it's still even. Going for another peek. Branson just wants to get rid of the M4, gets himself the AK as well. So he just wants to juggle this out so it can't be collected by these players with the pistols, and he's actually keeping the M4. He doesn't want the AK. Now, they're going to be creeping up. You mentioned earlier, Brandon, the apps pop might be the play, and that is what they're looking to set up for. And at the moment, that is where the opening is.
There's no flash. So you have to contact out here. Another nade's being thrown in by Adam S, just trying to keep the interest over. So now they're going to walk out here. When's Hype going to turn around? Is he going to turn around? He is.
Oh,
He's even caught Volt. But he's holding the balcony. He's not considering Pit until just now. And France is even locking in Boiler. What a reposition from the prospects.
that's unbelievable. The tag as well. Hype's just standing here, tucked in, has the support. They know exactly where both these players are. Adam S do a bit of damage on the Hype, and at least he can get onto the site. But that bomb's still not closed out. Oh my god. Pushing through in the flank, yeah, as you mentioned, was there. Hype finishing it off. I mean, what a response. What a hold. Feels like anytime there's a gap, they plug it.
The timing there for Fnatic Rising is so unfortunate. That's really just epitomized how the game's going for Fnatic Rising. That one really hurts because it's the right play to make. There's the gap in the defense, and Hype on a timing just catches the exact moment Volt reveals his position.
Last round of the half. Fnatic Rising want that fourth. At least it is a position you can recover from. This aggression in towards mid is punished. Wolfie finds this one. Now Franson is stuck out in the open and wants to go for the fight to try and do something. And at least Spooky is able to trade through the smoke. Only 2 defenders here at the moment. A side is basically empty. Look at this passive setup. Hype's the only one defending here. He has the AWP. He's going to hear them coming out. The utility comes through, but that smoke blocks his vision. This now looks good for Fnatic Rising, especially with Hype going down, even though he somehow finds that kill onto Volt.
Slight gap in the smoke. 2 players quick rotated up towards top middle at the very least. Alex leading the charge. Spooky's going to come through the apartments, and it's going to be a double-pronged attack here from short. Lots of utility, especially looking at the incendiaries. One can be deployed in towards Pit. That's going to force Wolfie out, and there's no smoke for him. So he's going to be flushed straight into the open, takes the fight. Alex reveals another Molotov. That one's for Mini Pit. But there's no one home. 2 players on the bomb site. Good nade onto Alex, brought down low. And now this job for Spooky is so much more difficult. And Banjo with the headshot. Fnatic, at least they salvaged 4.
Yeah, that could be just about enough. 4-11, we talk about it as a misleading half, and they can get off to this pistol round, and there's a chance that they can make this resurgence on the CT side. We talk about this team generally being quite good on the CT side of Inferno. It's a place where they've found their home, they've found their footing, and while they struggled on Ancient on the defense, I think this is going to be a very different story. But Prospects, I mean, what a fantastic half from them. The fact that they got up to an 8-0 lead early on is just a statement on Inferno.
What I'm worried about is a stat that came on the graphic as well, the pistol round. But let's get into the team speaks. I want to hear how this pistol's going to go down.
Ja, där.
En mid pika, flash ups, akta bara en B.
Jättemycket A då. B.
Den kommer CT.
Jag ser det.
Jag spottar ut direkt.
Tre.
Jag måste dö, boys.
Det är vi.
Kom där.
3.
Kan 3 ut 3.
Jag tog 3.
Mitt bakom banan, akta mycket spons snabbt.
Håll
Jag har en super shot på site.
Jättefejdar. En
Får du
reverse.
nu
Skiftar
stöd?
inte.
Back in om du kan och stöd.
Okej.
Jag har...
Du har sett den. Inte
Flashen CT.
Det är runes.
Låt dem grupp site, jag lägger en flash entry.
Låt mig kolla flashen.
Den
Flashen
sprängs
är
över och vandrar.
Lägg ner.
Jag la där.
Det var pool.
Inget pool.
Du första.
Mörka.
Nej.
Mörka.
Nice.
Jag såg fan. Oh my god, one tap. Käften Bob.
Beautiful from the Prospects. We heard it in the comms there. We can make it out, sort of understand some of the words being said there, particularly about that flash towards the end. That was absolutely perfect. They still have one remaining, sitting in towards Banana, throws that one over the top lines. Both players allowed Spooky to swing out and close out that round. And that was the pistol, Brad, and that's what we were talking about. That was Fnatic's way back into this.
Yeah, Prospect's very potent on the pistols. Forced by in now for Fnatic Rising. Wolfie on the scout. Rest of the squad just on upgraded pistols. And, well, when Spooky does that, it don't feel great.
Ouch. That one does hurt. That was so early on as well. They have so much time to work with. Defense split. Alex on the elevated position with the Mac 10, looking to see if the push comes through. They are setting up for it. Volt looking like he's going to get flashed through. It comes, but it doesn't matter. They're falling back. At the very least, this is a bit of control that can be taken for Fnatic Rising, but Prospects are making their way towards A. 2 defenders here. Rotation will come through, but it'll be late. Nice shot from Adam S. Banjo is still in this position up towards balcony. Adam, oh my god, it's another deagle shot coming through. Even a collateral one does a bit of damage, but it's not enough to get another kill. So it's the advantage for Prospects. Smoke coming through is going to enable Maze to run through. He just wants to deny the bomb. Can't quite do it, but gets the kill. Alex immediately trades him, which now puts it onto Volt. Good kill onto Alex. 1 versus 1 now, knows. And even spots him out towards the pit. Repositioning now up onto the elevated angle. Can get himself an AK. Fires off a shot though, makes his presence known in France and hears him. Doesn't matter. Volt gets the kill. Fnatic Rising get the round.
You start to panic when he's accidentally shot there at the floor. But no, doesn't matter. Really good spray. And Fnatic Rising immediately respond. And that was a 4 versus 5 that they just converted. Really nice deagle work, especially from Adam S. and Banjo. Banjo's having a great game right now. Top of the board for Fnatic Rising. Now they can reinvest in, and it's the same if you're Prospects. This forced by war is going to keep continuing, but the weaponry certainly does favor this CT side.
Certainly the case. Prospects don't want to allow Fnatic to find their way back into this. So they're happy to take the fight to them. So well, those deagle kills were fantastic. Good HEs as well. Talked about Maze and Volt on this B site. Peering around the smokes, looking to find the opener is Maze, and Alex might give it to him. No, he's caught off by the timing, eludes him, and that flashbang is fantastic, but Volt still gets the kill, and even a follow-up, gets himself a dink on the way out, and Adam S is rotated over with the MP9. Runs out of bullets at the very tail end. Now this is a very difficult clutch for France, and can get himself an M4. He's being pincered, this push down towards mid. In fact, it's just being held at the moment by Banjo. He's going to start to push down. He's going to catch him running. Easy kill for Banjo and Fnatic. They get their second consecutive.
He's just been delivered an M4 as well. Wolfie upgrades to an AK. And there's no money again for the Prospects. They're going to have to eco. So Fnatic Rising is a very good moment where they can get themselves up towards 7. Then if they win the next gun round, suddenly you're looking at a much closer scoreline. But we're not there yet.
Still double the rounds for Prospects, even though this is just going to be the eco. Good damage with the nades. Oh, it's a cleanup for Wolfie. All this cash swaps out to the USP, is traded out, so no ace, but that's a fine outcome anyway. Banjo upgrades from the MP9 to the M4, and Fnatic get a very lovely round against the eco. Look at the damage done before Wolfie even peeked into this.
Yep, just a formality. Now it's the gun round. Now I'm interested to see how this battle for Banana will transpire. Has Alex got a plan to deal with Volt? That's a deep smoke being thrown down in towards middle. That's going to allow Wolfie an opportunity to potentially peek in towards seconds. But okay, there's the first layer. Deep Molotov means that Volt can't peek through alongside Maze. And that allows its control to be established. Retake utility could be thrown down, but there's only... Actually, that smoke has been just deployed. Even hits hype.
A slight annoyance as it bounces off his body. Doesn't block its vision though. It still ends up doing the job. Ooh, nice flashback in response, but Maze is holding the line. Gets that kill onto Spooky. That's big. Ready for the bounce over. Maze is just sitting behind car, tucked in behind the wood. This angle can be potent, but will be traded immediately. But oh no, they don't clear him. He's not spotted them either. Oh, it's another 4x3 moment. They walk straight by. There's still a defender here in Volt, and he can still come up good. Gets Alex S. And Alex can drop the smoke, trying to play around this. Volt staying alive. Wolfie rotates over as well. A bomb yet to go down. Volt's being spammed. He's so low, but Wolfie on the elevated angle gets another. Hype trades him out immediately, but there's Volt. Swings out for the kill. The bomb delivered all now onto Franson. 1 versus 3. Oh my god, Volt is still staying alive. Franson walks through. Backline spots him just as it fades. There's an opportunity here. They're both coming from Banana. He doesn't know this. 20 seconds left. Repositioning. He has the read on it, but they're playing safe. They're waiting for the opportunity. Oh, he's caught as he bumps up. Just about misses the timing. Picks up the bomb. And they're going to swing just as he tries to plant it.
What a crazy round in Banana. Again, you're seeing the deep control that's then been retaken by fnatic. It's really good work by Maze initially, and then you get this, and it's... How does he not see him? Rough. Very difficult. But Volt does miraculous work. The fact that he waits for the rotations to come in and he just stays alive, gets a few kills, it's all that's needed. And there we go. Partial investment back in for the prospects. Suddenly, this game is looking a lot closer than it first appeared.
Yeah, only 4 rounds now. Difference between the two. Wolfie doesn't get the opportunity for the opener. He's going to fall back. Has a HE primed. Swaps out to the AWP. Going to hold this line for the peak. The flash comes through. He misses the shot. Falls back now. They're trying to overwhelm. He's able to get away just about. Now they know where he is. They smoke off the angle. He's forced to go towards Library. They're going to be ready for this as he swings out, but still gets the kill. Hanson trying to run through the site, but this hold is too strong. Banjo gets another. Alex and Hype have repositioned back towards Banana. There is only one player here. If they can find Volt, that's the way in. But no, Volt gets both of them and 2 blistering headshots.
It's Volt's Banana. You can't take it away from him. Really important as well that they are keeping this flawless for Fantastic Rising. They're not stumbling, and they're building up a bank. Here comes a pause now taken by the prospects, especially with this gun round, this reinvestment back in. They just want to take 30 seconds to take a breather and then just come up with a plan. How are they going to unlock this defense of Fnatic Rising? Because right now it is appearing quite watertight.
5 rounds in a row, Fnatic Rising. We haven't really seen them in this series get on a run of rounds where they're able to get all these consecutive. This feels good. Building up that bank, getting the confidence back after that 16-1 game that started this off where Prospects just rolled over on Ancient. Now the tune does change a little bit and there's a chance for equalizing, but Prospects, they have all the guns. What can they do with them?
Restart Banana for Fnatic Rising. This is aggressive. Adam S takes a lot of damage, but it's Maze to find the opener on towards Spooky. Walking wounded are Fnatic Rising, but they still come up with the goods. Now Banjo to be tested alongside Wolfie. It's quick out towards top middle. Banjo gets overwhelmed and so does Wolfie. These kills come in a blink of an eye, and where 3 players started Banana, suddenly that's the bomb site overwhelmed.
That's a good kill there from Maze. Bob XD going down is huge. Hype needs to win this one, and he does. Volt going down makes it so much more difficult for this retake. Look at the health pools. They have to fall back. I'll tell you what a response. They spot all of that utility, all of that aggression down Banana. They know 3 players are here just based on what's been thrown out, these sort of aggressive players. Let's hit on to A. That's the immediate response. The flashbangs are perfect. There's 2 flashbangs that go out to both deal with short as well as long. Both those players are flashed off by different flashbangs and different players got the kills. It was a perfectly executed wrap onto the side.
And then they know it's open. They even hold him rotates. You see that Hype's so aware of Volt's position, and it's been a little bit quiet in the second half so far. But that's a very important kill because it locks off the rotate and it forces Fnatic Rising into that save. As previously mentioned, they got plenty of money to reinvest in behind this, so it's not the end of the world. But when you're staring down the barrel, 3 rounds away potentially from being eliminated out of the gauntlet, doesn't feel great.
For the champions, right? They won WePlay Academy Season 5. Now they're here in the gauntlet stage, the first round of it. Potentially about to be eliminated. Backs against the wall on their map pick. They managed 5 in a row to get it to 9-12. But Prospects, that was quite the round. to break that swing. At this stage of the game, if you get another round here on the T side and you do the damage to Fnatic's economy, this can quickly crumble.
Yeah, let's see it. Fnatic Rising need a response. Has to begin now. No AWP money. Just going to be the rifles. So they can have all the utility behind this. Franson will be boosted up into the window. Look at Volt. But actually, he's just overstepped the mark a little bit. It's taken a lot of damage from that incendiary.
Those forward smokes was something on the CT side. We're almost so deep in towards mid, but it was countered by the fact that Prospects had this presence. And now they're just going to commit. The flash comes through. They got success last time, but there's so many more CTs here now. That crossfire does everything. And they still have only managed to find one kill. Adam S gets another. Hype is the only one remaining. They try and repeat the trick from the round prior, and they walk straight into the stack. Hype gets one more kill. There are a couple of low players here, but the flank's coming through. Volt is positioned all the way down, finishes the job, and gets Fnatic double digits now, up to 10.
Yeah, here's the difference of why that round didn't work again for the Prospects. It's the fact that they didn't put enough presence over towards Banana, and Volt, for free, took the entirety of it. That means the rotations were there initially, and Fnatic Rising felt a little bit confident in being proactive in the peaks towards top brackets. They didn't have to play these more passive lines because the presence and the control was already established at B. Drop off.
Look at this buy from Prospects. It's not great. 3 rifles. There's a deagle on Bob XD. Here's the opener on the T side of Ancient. Gonna get many opportunities this round. At least it's good control towards Banana. They managed to establish that. Volt has been pushed off. They've forced that one out. And they've done it early, which is something they've not been able to do too much thus far. Has always been this response from Fnatic Rising to B. Question is, what do Prospects do with it now?
I like this from Fnatic Rising as well. They're not rotating people preemptively. They can afford to do this because they've just dropped retake utility. They've been holding on to their grenades. So they feel comfortable in just having these setups established. And look at the Prospects, 50 seconds left. They're going in towards apartments. Hype's got a flashbang. It's going to be a pop.
Getting set up for it. Look at the rotation. Wolfie starts to make his way back over towards the B bomb side. I think this is where it's going. Everything on Banjo. He's elevated, and there's a player on side as well. Adamas. Banjo not able to get the kill, but Adamas has found one. Make it 2. Banjo gets one in the process, but the crossfire is absolutely perfect. Adamas cleans them up, and it leaves it now once again onto Hype. He was just holding back, waiting to catch up any rotations once the team took the site, but now he's the only one left. 15 seconds left. 5 players holding his position in, trying to spam through to get something on the way out, but even the nade doesn't go his way, and Wolfie finishes the job. They walk straight into the meat grinder, and they are ground up to dust.
Yeah, really, really well played. Nice crossfire as well. The fact that Adam S takes first contact just baits Banjo in further on the balcony position. Does have a little bit of a laboured spray, but corrects it and finds a multi-kill. It's just perfect. 4-0. No response for the Prospects on that pop. And we've now got another one of these crazy buys. It's a couple of AKs and then 3 Deagles. Fnatic Rising, this is a perfect opportunity to reduce the deficit just within 1 round. That buffer that Prospects had is basically gone.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, the money wasn't quite there. They prefer to at least have something into this and a chance to steal this one away. Fnatic Rising have been going for these slower setups now. A bit more passive. Playing the retake towards Banana. Having these incredibly solid holds over towards A. And there's Banjo finding an opener onto Franson as well. No chance of response. He was brought down low. It's not really going to matter. There's still 3 players here. Let's start to consider going back now. They weren't able to find anything in response. Now they have to get past Volt and Maze, who are holding this elevated angle.
This is cool. Maze is going to take the first contact, and that allows Volt to just swing out around the corner. Never mind. They actually cancel that play because there's so many players just about to come in. It's a double setup with the sandbags, and it's just working out perfectly. Volt finds free. Doesn't even need Maze's help. Spooky 1 versus 5.
Yes, nothing he can do here. It's on half HP. Might even just want to hold on to the AK potentially. Maybe not. Just wants to keep his economy the same level as everyone else's. This next round is going to be the full buy from Prospects. That loss bonus starting to kick in. But so is this comeback from Fnatic Rising. We saw that scoreline. It was 12-4 at one stage. They won the pistol, did Prospects, but Fnatic Rising, everything is being with them now. They've almost equalized it now. Just one round separating them.
Prospects need to give more early attention to Banana. Because again, this combination, moving in tandem of Volt and Maze, and I like this from Wolfie. He's just going to go through the smoke. There's a gap. BobXD found that Banana presence. The perfect reaction for Fnatic Rising was to push middle, but the kills, they've all come up in favor of the Prospects. Maze is still here, trying to buy time with the utility. The Prospects, they're going in.
They want to try and fight it. Maze, he's getting burned out, pushed out into the open. Hype's not ready to trade him out, though, and now he's sitting out. He's not ready for him. Maze gets that kill, but is traded out by Spooky immediately. There's still this player advantage, but Wolfie wants to even things out. Doesn't matter. Spooky with another. That is everything for Prospects, because now everything is on to Banjo. A 1 versus 3. The bomb just goes down. Now they have plenty of money to work with, enough to buy into every round, so he wants to give it a look in, and that's a good first kill. Spooky is low as well. He's up high at the moment. He gets swung on here. No, Spooky with a slamming headshot. 3 in the round. Gets Prospects up to 14.
Skull crushing, and it could be the finale that the Prospects needed. Really nice response, though, from Fnatic Rising. I like the fact that they were aware that Prospects might do something fast in towards Banana. So they tried to counter it initially with Wolfie. It just wasn't quite enough.
Still an uphill battle. Even a Mach 10 in the mix for Alex. These rounds have been few and far between. But they only need 2. That's it. I don't know how that nade doesn't get him there. He was brought down a bit low from a nade earlier. Stays fighting. That was a 3-player commitment over to B early from Fnatic Rising. Wanting to take that control, but now they've left Volt solo there. Which is the read, because Prospects are putting pressure over towards A at the moment.
They are, but there's still players congregated outside towards bottom Banana. They're quite keen to retake this in. BobXD has somehow found an opening on towards Banjo. Wolfie will trade him, but then Hype's found Volt at B. And that's key, because look, B is completely open.
Branson's hearing this rotation, actually. They're going to still commit to the side take. All the smoke's come down. It's completely empty, so they are going to be able to get this bomb down. And now this late lurk is going to completely undo everything for Fnatic Rising. They have to get a move on. It all comes down to the timing here. Branson can unravel everything, but not if his entire team falls in the process. Wolfie setting up the utility is about to get caught with his back turn. There it is. Branson gets the kill, and now they have to be so worried about this. Adamez is able to deal with it. Now they have to focus their attention on retaking the site, because that bomb is half ticked. And they have to get onto it. There's no utility either to be working with. They can't smoke it off. They have to go for the fights here, and there's just too many players. Prospects get up to map and series point.
Hype with another impactful round. 28 kills for him. And again, what a play. The fact that Prospects are focusing so much attention towards top brackets, and just the fact that BobXD just casually just strolls out a boiler and finds Banjo is ridiculous, because it means that Fnatic Rising is still worried about these trades, and that leaves Volt isolated for that second too long where he gets completely punished.
We're mentioning just how strong this Fnatic hold had been over here. Hold on a second. Wolfie behind the flames gets an opener onto Franson. That's that double setup there. Getting an opener the way of Fnatic Rising. And now Prospects focus their attention back towards B. Bolter's jiggling this with the incendiary. Off the contact is going to drop that one down. The smoke comes through. They're starting to commit. Mace is the only one on site, but it doesn't matter. The flames have slowed this down. Andy's found the kill onto Hype. He still wants to stand and fight here, but now the flames come down onto him. Has to hide into the smoke here. Trying to play around the pillars, using it to his advantage. And they can't deal with him. The flashbang's good, but he can't fight either. He's still in the back of the site, still being such a pain. And now the rest of his team is doing everything. Adamas is found too. bob3 is the only remaining member for the Prospects. He has made himself into the backlines here and has the bomb on his back, but he's being held by Wolfie. Missed shot. He's going to give him a chance. They know exactly where he is. That's another good kill. For more, another kill. No way. No way. Not like this. bob3, 1 versus 4, knows where Wolfie was. And he has the AWP making noise. And now it swings out, gets the kill. Unbelievable from bob3. And Prospects will go through to the next stage of the gauntlet.
What a clutch from bob3, but fnatic Rising, the pressure's getting to them. That's all individual gunfights, one by one. They walk into the crosshair. They even had utility. What a 1 versus 4. We can see the highlights from this second map. fnatic Rising, it looked like they were about to do it, but some punishing rounds on B. That was the difference.
Yeah, I like that we got to see immediately on the highlights that incredible 3K from bob3 in the third round of this game. And I mean, what an absolute round to get it over the line at the very end. And it feels really rough for fnatic Rising because you can see on this scoreline, 11-3 at one point. It was 12-4 at one stage. Prospects got the pistol round. You can see it at the top here. And then this incredible hold for fnatic Rising. They staged this comeback, got it almost to parity, and then just fell at the very end, at the finishing line.
This is exciting though. We're not even in playoffs and we already know that there's going to be a new champion here at WePlay Academy League Season 6. fnatic Rising fall right at the hands of bob3. Let's look at this clutch one more time. Wolfie, it's a rare miss, and bob3 doesn't miss those.
That's unbelievable. The 3 kills that came before it were just as beautiful, if not maybe a little bit more so. We can see the scoreline here, and you can see just how evenly matched up both these teams were. The kills across the board, and this was almost the same situation on Ancient as well, with a much more one-sided scoreline at the top. The scoreboard still looked very similar, but I mean, hype. Look at that, 28 kills. I mean, the majority of that was a dominant CT side.
It was, and then again, you have a look at the kill distribution for fnatic. Everyone is stepping up. There's no real weak point in this team. They just cannot handle the pressure and the heat that the Prospects delivered on Inferno, and they just hemorrhaged too many rounds in the beginning of that game. And whilst the comeback looked really good, it was very promising. You go into the half 11-4 down. It's so difficult to try and recover. You do not give yourself too much room. Not many lifelines to work with, and well, fnatic Rising, they've run out of time here in the gauntlet stage.
Yeah, and that was even with Prospects winning that pistol round as well. So it was 12-4, like such a crushing position to be in, and such a great comeback as well. It almost looked like it was going to eventualize. They had gotten the majority of the rounds on that second half. They almost got it within even. It was 12-13, but then, I mean, just some individual moments of brilliance when it mattered most from Prospects got them over the line. And now they progress. They're going to be going on to versus Young Ninjas tomorrow, which is going to be another really exciting matchup.
Yeah, that's a really cool game to see. Young Ninjas, we say that they've got one of the strongest rosters, but that's in the future. In the here and now, we've got one more best of 3. It's Astralis Talent taking on OG Academy, and we're going to bring you that one in just a couple of minutes.
legions, not from us. We came for blood. We are the break the system, never budge. Kill the lawyers, kill the judge. No allegiance, not from us. We came for blood.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WePlay Academy League play-in gauntlet stage. We're here with our second game of the day, and it's going to be Astralis Talent taking on OG Academy. And Brandon, look at that, we're straight
Ooh.
into the vetoes.
All right, yeah, let's break this one down then. Okay, this already looks pretty much like as expected. It's Astralis Talent. They should ban out Dust too. There you go. And then in terms of picks, OG Academy, if I'm them, but you pick Mirage, okay, I rate it.
Yeah.
We'll explain that in a second. We should be seeing the... Ooh, okay, not the Vertigo pick, an Inferno pick for Astralis Talent. This veto has gone completely backwards to what I thought it was going to be. And at the decider, it could go Vertigo, it could go Ancient, it could go Overpass. No, it's not going Overpass.
I'm so surprised to see OG ban Overpass. I expect it to be their first pick. That's a map that they have been playing so consistently and to quite a high level as well. So they actually ban it out. They want it to go to Ancient, and that's a really interesting veto. Not what we expected. I thought Astralis was going to come in with the Vertigo pick. They've been looking pretty good. Obviously, they had the loss, yes, to the Young Ninjas, but still looking good on it. And then Inferno coming through as a pick rather than a decider.
I actually like the Inferno pick. It makes sense in terms of the fact that Astralis Talent have got 86% win rate on it compared to OG Academy, and OG Academy have always kind of historically looked a little bit shaky on Inferno, so it kind of makes sense. But I really did expect that Vertigo pick to come out. You're right, I mean, they've got an 83% win rate on that map, Astralis, so what they decided to do instead is punish pick OG on Inferno and try and float it all the way through, and that way you've got Vertigo or Ancient kind of waiting in the wings, and both of these maps just typically do favor Astralis Talent. But you take a look at the pre-match here of Mirage, and I'll be honest, like the stats, they don't look great for either team, so OG must be prepared.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think they've come into this one with a clear strategy that we can see in the veto, and I think that this could catch Astralis Talent off guard, because I don't think they were likely expecting Mirage to be the pick, just because Overpass has been a map that OG Academy have played historically. Normally Dust 2 would be their first pick, but obviously that's the ban of Astralis Talent, so there's no opportunity to play that here. But Mirage, yeah, a bit of a spanner in the works. And then, yeah, I mean, we can see the stats. They look a bit better when you look at these numbers and when you look at the win percentage numbers. You can see CT side favoring both teams, but actually Astralis Talent a little bit more. But that T side percentage is quite a big difference between the two.
What I will say, though, is that these stats, they're games in the last 3 months. These Mirage games in particular, this all happened for Astralis Talent in WePlay Academy Season 5. They've not actually played Mirage at all in this Season 6. So the thing you've got here is Astralis Talent, they've lost these games outside of WePlay Academy Season 6. And they were very close. It was actually both times they lost was against Tricked, who are on a real upward trajectory right now. These games, by the way, 16-14 loss, 25-21 loss. So they are very good on this map. OG Academy, it's the same story. They've got a record of a win against Fury Academy here at WePlay Academy League Season 6. That was 16-13. But every single game has been incredibly close. So I feel like OG, they go, okay, we think we can beat Astralis Talent on Mirage. Every game we've played has come close. And then for Astralis Talent, they go, okay, let's punish pick you on Inferno and let's float one of our best maps as the decider. This veto, in all honesty, this favors Astralis Talent quite heavily.
Yeah, it does feel like it does on paper, and Mirage is really going to be a decider if that OG really have to come in strong on it. And I mean, there is some, you mentioned about the Astralis Talent roster not playing this in Season 6, and you also got to mention this is essentially a new roster. We had this discussion yesterday as well, right? 4/5 of this roster is completely new for this season. The only player that's remained consistent on this team is Altex. The rest of the squad completely new. Whereas OG, they've only made one change this season. That was bringing in Awaken to replace Shake. So another Hungarian coming into the squad. So they remain a fairly constant force.
Yeah, Awaken's a very cool player as well. I've been following his career just inadvertently quite closely. It seems like wherever I go and cast events, Awaken's there. And we're following his journey. Very excited to see him being picked up for OG Academy. Previously was in Kick. And he was a player that has a lot of experience coming into this side. And I think he is an upgrade on Shake. And I think he's a little bit more consistent. I feel like that's where OG Academy really struggled, especially in closing out some of these games. And that's the true test, especially here in the Gauntlet stage. The fact that you got some of these players that have been here before, could try and do the damage, but over a best-of-3 series, it gets a little bit difficult. For Astralis Talent, they've got players that have come in from Los Reyes, who typically they like to play in Mirage. It was pretty okay. Cristal was quite proficient on the AWP. So this is going to be a very exciting matchup to kick things off.
Well, jumping straight into it onto Mirage. We've got Astralis Talent starting on the CT side. Okay, going to be jumping across early, showing us off his parkour skills. He takes control in towards short, but OG Academy, they are setting up for an A take, and it is a very passive setup from Astralis Talent, so they're going to find this essentially for free. Bro is the only one nearby, gets a bit of a tag out onto Oxygen, but he's going to get forced back as OG Academy want to continue taking ground.
Yeah, look at this, 3 players in towards CT, and Sound has just completely removed Altex. Bro and Patty combined with some kills, so the man advantage is back in with Astralis Talent, looking to press the issue as well. But look at Awaken, diverted off CT, wants to focus on Connector, stuck between 2 mines. Cristal will remove him, but these players, they're walking wounded. 5 HP on both.
It barely a slither between them. A single bullet will do the job. There's 1 and there's 2. OG Academy take the pistol, and that was with them losing the opening kill in that engagement, pushing out towards CT. It felt like Astralis Talent had a good position in the retake, but and Awaken was also getting pincered there. You can see he was so uncomfortable trying to fight between these 2 positions. He goes down, but it's just so much damage done in the meantime that it just makes it so easy for the remaining players to close it out.
Yeah, good stuff from OG Academy. And it's direct. Very much got a game plan into this. And, oh, okay. Astralis Talent got 4 players in towards short with the USPs. Quite keen to fight. There's a pop play. You're going to see that a lot. We do tend to see this from Astralis Talent. These little pop plays that they try and make work. Young Ninjas do it as well. Quite proficiently. There's normally just a delegated, just flash player for both of these teams that just wants to just try and push the issue.
Well, only a 4K for Marek, so he'll be happy with that one there. Nice little cleanup as they lined up. Control of the Galil cleans up everyone in short. Sounds able to finish the job. So good round against the pistols. Don't lose a single player. Now all the rifles come out, and that is all the rifles. 5 M4A1Ss in the hands of Astralis Talent.
Yeah, the buy, it comes at a little bit of a cost. Not too much utility, but that's why Cristal's being so aggressive. Can't capitalize on that fact. And look at this reaction from OG. They're going to run straight into B. Altex needs to step up, and he will with the first.
Drops the smoke as well, so he's hard to flush out. They want to clear him, and Cristal's rotated over as well. He's found his way all the way back to short. Altex finds another as well. They cannot find any headway into this B side. That smoke is such a nuisance. Oxygen eventually finds a kill, but he can't find any more. Maybe he can. Nice flick on, but he's the only one remaining, and there are 3 players peeking into him. Nice hold from Astralis. Keep 3 alive.
Altex and the B bomb site on any map. Name a better duo, because he always finds a multi-kill. That's perfect. He's playing aggressive far forward, holding these close angles at the window. He just drops the smoke and just rotates back. That allows Cristal the time he needs to rotate and clear short. Really good work, and the guns come in. Astralis Talent immediately reply. It was just that bonus round from OG. Now they've got all the AKs in play.
And Altex is a player to be keeping an eye on. The last 2 matchups they've played, he's been leading the charge against the Young Ninjas in both those fights. Marix gonna get the opener this time around. Plus second player in Jarko, but can't adjust to it. But here's Awaken. Long range spray gets the job done and keeps the man advantage for OG Academy, but only for a moment. And Oxygen, he gets removed by Crystal. He's doubled up. Crystal finding so much impact early here for Astralis talent in both these rounds with the rifles.
OG just trying to force the issue a little bit here in the early stages of this game. As soon as contact's being felt out towards mid, they also want to try and capitalize on one of these bomb sites, catch Astralis talent in transition with these rotations. But now OG Academy, they reset. They try and work an avenue in towards B, but Altex is here. And he's the player with 100 HP. Flashbang doesn't matter. Dementor removed. And even the follow-up on towards Awaken. It's perfect from Altex.
Yeah, you mentioned him, always good for the multi-kill, and there it is, gets both, even though he was fully flashed off there. Astralis Talent had the info on that round in that 3 versus 2. They also pushed a player out towards Palace, trying to get that information early so they could work out where this attack was going to go, but it wasn't even needed. Altex does everything on the hold. And that evens things out early. Astralis Talent, as soon as they get the guns out, they bounce back with the Fury.
Quick play from OG. Look at these smokes being lined up already. In fact, it's just the one. There's going to be a flash over towards Palace. They want to plant this bomb. But look at the reaction from Astralis Talent. They're actually just already in ramp. Jarko can feel the flashes going over, and Patty's not blind at all. Holds the spray, finds every single player. Marix removed as well. The player throwing the utility. No bomb plant. And no chance for OG Academy.
Doing his best Marix impression with 4K spray down against pistols here. Perfectly held. No chance at all for the entries there. And it's a easy clean up for Jarko at the end. So Astralis Talent will take the lead. That was always going to go that way that round. It's this round that matters for OG Academy. The rifles come back out once again. AKs across the board. What can they do with them? Flash early. It's going to enable Bro to push across. Fully blinded. They are forced back. It's going to throw some utility. See this control.
Yeah, got to touch on Bro, a player that competed for Fantasy at the RMR. He's got quite a little bit of experience on his shoulders, considering that he's not really a household name, not really established himself too much into the limelight here in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. And to make a name for himself now. Sound taking control. Mid, such an essential piece of the puzzle for OG on this T side, because if they find this control, it means they can really have a two-pronged approach on any bomb site they desire.
Cool setup in towards underpass, playing anti-flash for the moment, but gonna fall back. They decide not to continue holding that. No aggression coming through. Nice flash off the bench. That's gonna allow a bit of a push up here. Paddy's tucked in. Dementor gonna spot him out on his way through, but doesn't matter. Holding the angle as Paddy peeks out. He's removed. Now they start to accelerate up. Jarko's found another. That's the bomb exposed. Oxygen gets upgrade immediately, but he's brought down low. Doesn't matter though. Dementor's found another, and Awaken through the smoke removes Bro, which means Altex is the only one remaining, and they know he is that B anchor. Spot out Awaken at the very least, but very difficult position to recover from. That's a good kill. This is now one. He's got a kit, he's got all the utility to work with, and Oxygen is low.
Want to toss out Firebox. Where's this smoke going to land? It could go towards the bomb, but again, it's this lengthy crossfire for Altex. Could throw it forward to isolate one of these positions. A deep flash to allow him to go up and over towards ramp. It's fine in principle, but the reality of the situation is too much time is burnt off this clock, and Dementor just swings in when he feels the time is right, and Altex is removed. Good stuff, OG. They take control of middle. They find out Patty in connector, and then they just explode off the back of it.
Yeah, great round from Dementor, finding that kill onto Patty as well. He doesn't overcommit to the issue once he makes it through that smoke. Knows that there's no trade potential once he crosses through there. So he just gets onto that angle, elevated, and just holds, waiting to see. He was actually waiting for that smoke to fade to try and take the further fight, but then Patty reveals himself, and he gets that opener. We do get to now see the AWP come out on the CT side, so that's something to be keeping an eye on. So that Crystal can find impact with it. He's rotating over to CT at the moment. He's going to be needed because Awaken has just charged all the way through. That's a missed shot. He's repositioned. But Awaken is now tucked in. Oh, spots the top of the head and hits the shot. Nice one through the top of the box. Finds him and evens things back out 4 apiece. They're still going to push forward. The utility comes through. Jarko's forced off the angle. Crystal trying to play around this smoke, but a second one deployed blocks it off. Altex looking to peer on over, but the digits are punched in.
This is nice as well. OG Academy taking good ground. They want to fight in towards jungle, give themselves a little bit more leverage in this afterplant. Dementa can spam, and then Maritz can be baited in perfectly. Really nice work. But Jarko's here, doesn't matter. Dementa steps up again. Altex has found a little bit of a gap he's trying to wriggle himself into, with Cristal firing off these pop shots, but only 1 for 1. And that jungle control is everything because it allows OG to dictate when these kills are going to come on in. Orc dropped, potentially even recovered. And now Awaken can have a go with the sniper.
That's huge. Cristal can't even save there. He gets an amazing kill to even things out as well. It puts it 4 apiece. Gets that nice one through the dome just above that little gap in the boxes. And unfortunately, unfortunately for Astralis talent, OG Academy's attack was just too strong onto the site. Those post-night positions pushing through into CT and winning both of those duels was everything. And you can see what it's done to Astralis talent. Nothing to work with into this round. Just a couple of pistols is all she wrote. Dementa's charging in with the MAC-10, looking to find a way into the B bomb site. No one's actually home. They're pushing through from behind. So there's a chance maybe something crazy could happen. Marco's walking out here. He's dealt with. Max is finding them in mid, so maybe the craziness is held at bay. This flank from Cristal has come through far too late to make anything happen.
It's just a USP as well. But we're going back to what you were saying about the afterplant and pushing in towards jungle. We saw that in the Prospects Fnatic Rising game, especially on Ancient. It's so important to take more space than just the bomb site, especially on this T side, because it just allows you so much more opportunity and just potential to win the round, because you not only cut off a position for the CTs to rotate into, but it means you can really dictate the pace. But look, let's jump into Astralis' team speak.
Okay.
Got a little bit. Got a little bit.
Not live, not live. Oh.
What?
Astralis team speak in 2 seconds.
I don't think this one's live, guys. Be a little bit of a technical pause, so we might hear the team speak. It might happen in just a second.
We're still hearing it as they wait for the round to reset. They got to let us know that it wasn't live before we even knew. So that's something to hear. Like this round is going to be reset. No damage was done, so it wasn't live, which means the issue can be resolved. And we can jump back into it. Hear the tippy tapping in the chat. What do you reckon to start to this one, Brandon? OG Academy now 5 rounds on T side. That already feels like a really good start here on Mirage.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with how they've been performing, to be honest. And the fact that they're gaining so much ground and they're exploiting the gaps in the defense is really crucial, because Altex, you can really see the amount of multi-kills they've been able to provide, especially over towards B. Everyone's smiling and having a good time, just as we see the player cam spam across, and very focused look here.
It's a focused grin. Intimidating.
Yeah, we're winning the game.
Confidence. I like it. I like it. You gotta have the confidence. And you would too with this sort of start, as you mentioned. It just feels like they are playing with a level of confidence going into these fights, just the way they're taking the ground. There's no tippiness to it. They're just going for it, taking the ground. Okay, looks like we're going to jump in. And we've got the team speak. Let's go.
Orale.
Flash med her.
Over i vinduet.
Okay, vinduet.
Ikke engang åben.
Ja, jeg muller lige i gang med dem der. Muller i gang med.
Ja, jeg tjekker for kort her.
De skal ind.
Jeg ved.
Nice. Tager
Jeg ved igen.
Tager
Jeg mukker,
Jeg er helt ved.
De tager nok sit jungle.
han smukkede
Er de
to
ude?
fra...
Bombe ligger her.
Jeg melder Chris her.
Pas på midtløks.
Ja, jeg sidder og holder top midt. Ser ikke noget.
De kan ikke få kontrol.
Bus vinduet.
Nej.
Den er godt. Okay.
A gang en. Han flasher stars. Ikke noget krydset. Har du kryds sandwich?
Ja.
Chris? Jeg holder top con.
Bam B.
Okay.
En jungle. En røvhul.
Han er low.
En sidste gen,
Jeg tjekker.
Har du stadig kryds, der markerer
Ja.
dig? Nice. Jeg står
Han
for
er
dig,
et
Jumbo.
på, et på
Død,
nu.
død,
Nice,
død.
det der.
Nice.
Jeg kommer ind i jungle. Nej, jeg kommer ind.
Slisker
Ikke,
pal,
ikke.
slisker
Ah, det er
pal,
meget
slisker pal, Chris. AV zoomet sliske.
Hvad så stiske?
A i gang low.
Op til Titus.
Ja.
Nice, du.
Nice,
Sidste
sidste
gang.
A.
Nice, der drenge. Sindssygt.
Jeg har ikke dræbt nogen mand.
Vi var omkring.
Yeah, nice round from Astralis talent there. You can tell in the comms they know exactly where OG Academy are, and they're just waiting. They're waiting for OG to make the mistake, and that's what cost them in that round. It's a very disciplined approach in the defense. They're not actively searching for these kills, and it nets them and breaks the streak of OG Academy getting 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, the big opener there was going to be Dementor. But only gets the one, and you can see Astralis talent's response to it was fantastic. Hold the crossfire. Paddy comes in. And the rest of OG couldn't really support, so Dementor was no distraction to allow him to get away. Still have to get the full buy out here. This aggression, Oxygen is holding for it. Ooh, in the utility. Oh, misses Jacko. He's made his way past. Hasn't spotted him. Now he's gonna fire off the shot though. So now he's alerted, and Oxygen gets the kill. Felt like he had no right to get that one. The timing was not there for him. It does come through in the end and gets the opener.
And now the pressure in towards middle. Look at this, over towards connector. Patty flushed out of it. Just has to hold on the edge of the smoke. Good flash in response. Oh, it's perfect, but Dementor somehow wins out the engagement anyway. Cristal finds one on towards ramp, but guess what? There's a player in default. Oxygen's been here. Hang on, this is weird. Cristal's just now in the smoke, somehow staying alive, but Oxygen finds a multi, and it's all left on to Bro on short. 1 versus 3. Doesn't feel optimal.
Yeah, that smoke unfortunately wasn't really blooming how he would have liked. He had no vision when he went for that no scope. Obviously, if he connects that, and I actually like the idea of going for the hero play. You're in this advanced position already, and you hear that bomb being punched in. You can get that kill, and with the smoke's cover and your teammate behind you supporting, there's a real well where you can sneak that one away. But unfortunately, the missed no scope. It was a long shot. Well, no, it was a short shot, but it missed. But it's not going to be able to come into fruition, and OG Academy, Oxygen in particular, putting a fantastic round.
And again, these rounds where they've come very close means that the economy is not in the best shape of affairs for Astralis talent. They've now just got a couple of deagles in the mix. Little cool boost. The issue is it's a USP boosting one another. But Ultex finds a great kill. Even going in for more. Finds Awaken on the AWP. Cristal chimes in. Hang on, this is all falling apart.
There's no armor here. This is literally just the deagles and a couple of USPs, and they're making it work. Oxygen is trying to recover, but he's burning. Pushes a little bit far forward. Now they know where he is. Needs to be finding these kills. Swings out, trying to get it, but they're just darting around, playing with him. And Marix gets removed as well. Altex with a triple kill in the round. They had no right to win that.
I don't even know how they've won that, to be honest. I mean, OG Academy walk into the stack. Ultex, there's so many opportunities there that he could have been removed at stairs, and it just feels like they're not really focused on him at all. Maybe the boost caught them off guard, but Awaken is tunnel visioned in towards CT, and that's a freebie. That's completely stolen away from OG, who are looking to add a little bit of distance between themselves and Astralis talent. But no, this game is now as close as can be.
For all of Altex's deagle shots that round before, somehow he misses that pop plant like twice. Blank range, but he was moving. So I'll let him have that one. Actually, Academy have managed to at least get these guns out consistently. So they have something to be working with here. Nice elevated angle. Patty on top of the ladder. It's a tough one to clear out, but there's no pressure from OG over towards A there. They're interested in B. They've thrown out the mid smokes, just getting that control, trying to fake out presence that's absolutely empty as all 5 group up to hit B.
Astralis talent should have a pretty good idea that this should be the case. They've got 3 players over towards A. Ultex again finds one, and look at this retreating position. Allows Bro to get into the fight, but Awaken nails him, and Dementor follows up. Ground has now been taken. OG Academy can punch in the digits.
Tough retake. Player disadvantage. Cristal drops the smoke to try and at least do something. There's this flank coming through from Jocko. He's run all the way from A ramp to get there. They need to be given a kill here. It needs to be a gift that comes through. And Cristal is not being given anything. No Christmas come early. It's Halloween and it is a horror show. As they are forced off. OG Academy will get up to 7. Paddy, the most you can hope for is an exit. Not even going to be given that. Awaken falls back. And it's a nice B hit. This time, Ultec only able to get that 1 kill. And, oh, even a passing one. Paddy removed. They only take 2 rifles over.
And that's huge because, well, actually, it's fine because I guess
can't drop.
Cristal can drop. So, but I mean, he'd much rather hold on to the AWP money for the repurchase, but he has to do it for the team. Keep 3 rifles there. It's a different story, and I'm surprised they even went to have it a look in, considering it was the man disadvantaged. OG had gained all of the control, and you know how proactive they are at taking space. It's going to be a quicker play. They're just going to run straight in towards A. It's the correct decision. There's only 1 player here. It's all on Patty.
He's out the open at the moment as well. Tucks in towards Sandwich. They're not committing quite yet, and that's going to allow Astralis talent to start to rotate over. Cristal comes through to connector. Actually, no, he's pushing up Broomfo in mid. That timing does elude them. They start to come through. Patty's burning alive, swings out, and he goes down to the flames, caught in the bullets as well. They get the opener and all these smokes. Cristal just trying to hold this gap as they make their way through. That bomb still hasn't made its way to site, and the rotations have all come through. Look at this utility, though. Chaos coming through. Cristal gets a kill, and Bro is sitting behind the smoke. Gets 1. Can't quite get a second. Actually, no. In fact, he does somehow get 2 kills there. Ultex trying to fight in towards CT spawn as well, and Dementor's removed. Puts it now into the 2 versus 2. That bomb has been planted.
Just about. There's no utility on either end. It's just a solitary grenade that isn't going to do too much right now. Look at Awaken's position. He can't move anywhere into the open, but the timing does favor him. There's that nade ringing out towards CT. Allows Awaken to push in, but Ultex hits the shot. Now it's just on to Marix. 1 versus 2. Reveals himself from the ramp, but the AWP will strike, and Astralis talent, they win another retake. 7-6. This game cannot have any distance between these 2 teams.
You can understand why he wants to peek at the end there, because he doesn't want to allow them to cross to get the bomb defused limb, because he has no way of denying once that bomb gets tapped onto, because it's not planted for him. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. And that looked good to start with. They get that opener onto Patty. He burns out. They've got the man advantage. They take a little bit too long to get onto the site, being delayed by the utility. And the rotations all come through for Astralis talent.
Yeah, really good work in these positions. Just we're praising OG Academy's afterplants. Astralis talent fight back. A quicker play in towards B. Look at this. Let's go try and run in with the MAC-10. Try and cause chaos. But the real hit is actually out towards A. Here comes the bomb. Dementor's out in the open. Patty removed. Great headshot. And Cristal misses. So that's an opportunity for OG to get into the bomb site. Bomb has been planted. Awaken finds Ultex.
Yeah, Marix is holding into connector as well. So he's managed to get posted up before they spotted him. Bro, he starts to make his way through here. If he drops, Marix is going to spot everything. Cristal actually is aware of it. He must have heard a sound cue. So now he has it locked in. But now there's 2 players focused here. Marix dealt with Bro. Jocko trying to find something. Dementor is just darting around 5 blocks, denying everything. Cristal gets 1, but Jocko, he's managed to find the kill, taps the bomb. And in fact, it's not planted for any of these players. They're sticking on it, but Oxygen, a nice kill. Jocko gets another, but Oxygen there with the Deagle, doubles up, and they get up to 8 rounds.
What a shot as well, because that has 1 bullet in the magazine, and it's a 1-tap. Gets rid of the AWP. It gets brought over at the very least by Oxygen, but man, oh man, that was so close. Another retake potentially on the cards for Astralis talent. They recover that situation tenfold, bring it into a 2 versus 2. It's just not enough. Heading into the last round of the first half, the bye, it is terrible for the CT side. It should be OG Academy walking away with 9.
And all this pressure into mid, they threw some smokes through, but they're actually grouping up to go towards B. And once again, it's just Ultex here, and he just has a Desert Eagle. There's not even a rotation from short to support him. So he has to do something phenomenal. And he's not quite able to do it. Sound gets the kill. One rotation comes through, but there's the AWP. Dementor finds Jarko. And this one is crumbling. It's just Crystal and Paddy left, and Paddy is nowhere near. Crystal with the scout smoked off. This one looks like it's locked in.
Yeah, I mean, you never rule Altex out of a Deagle. Got 3 kills before in that round that Astralis had no business in winning. But when you get overwhelmed with so many different angles, especially towards B, it's not ideal. Hang on. This kill's come in. Patty's picked up the ult, but they know where he is now, and they can swing on his position. OG Academy. They will get 9 at the very end. It is their map pick. It's the ace up the sleeve, and so far, it's working out quite perfectly.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it's playing out exactly as they hope. 9 rounds on the T side is a great scoreline to be taking over. It just helps to the defense, particularly if you can convert that pistol around and you can start to run away with things here. It's definitely a map that favors the CTs, as the most maps tend to do these days. But 9 rounds is fantastic to take over, and it puts Astralis talent out on the back foot.
This means absolutely nothing, and this has nothing to do with the game, but on the tab screen there, every single member of Astralis Talent had a different Astralis picture, like a different iteration of it. I just thought that was quite cool. But anyway, moving back into the game, which is definitely more important than analysing the avatars. We're going to have Astralis Talent completely running straight in towards B, and look at this. It's going to be a contact play. They're going to go quite quick. As soon as they get spotted out by Oxygen and Marix, they're going to set up. Oxygen's already seen them.
The rotations come over. 3 players here. The flashes come through, but they're ineffectual. And look at him tucked in here. 2 for Oxygen, make it a 3. Tapping them out of the server. Awaken gets one of his own, and Marix with a 1 tap to finish the job. The USP is looking absolutely precise.
That was brilliant. And the fact he spotted them so deep as well. I think there was a player crossing towards underpass. That might have given him the slight pixel gap necessary, but just tucked in here. Oxygen does it all. They don't even clear him. That's because of the contact that Marix has taken. It's a perfect setup, and the defense, it just holds very strong. Double digits now for OG Academy. Astralis Talent, they got no interest in buying into this. They're going to try and pop out of Palace. Very common play, just trying to get a bomb plant. Crystal trying to make noise, juggling between burst and single fire on the Glock. I'm here, guys. Come and kill me in mid. And there you go, that bomb. It won't go down. Line up with the MP9.
Mentor gets a bunch of extra cash for his troubles as well, swinging out and collateralizing them with the MP9. Well, it was... That's a miss buy. Oh,
oh no.
You just got to commit to it, Brandon. You just use it.
It is a great weapon, to be fair.
Mate, there is a bit of a gentleman's agreement, I believe, not to use it. I don't know if that's still in effect. I know when it first got reduced in cash, there was a, this kind of gentleman's agreement that no one would be using it in any officials. So it's also very heavy to carry around, so maybe he just doesn't want it. I don't know, but it's kind of a fun thing to throw at you. I don't know, try and at least fire a few bullets, keep them guessing.
It hurts though, because it just means that Altex is on a deagle.
Now.
Crystal has found 1, but I mean, all the kills are just coming in favor of OG. 2 versus 3. Crystal is low, but Jarko is cracking this bomb site open. But look at Dementor, this is everything. That bomb is going to get removed. Yeah, this gets infinitely more difficult for Jarko, and they know exactly where he is. He's just found more contact on towards Oxygen. The difficulty you have is the fact that they're so isolated from each other. It could be 1v1s.
Yeah, and Jarko knows this because he's just heard that flash. He just took that contact into short, so he knows that if he can take this fight early, it will just be the 1 versus 1. He wants to commit to it, and he crawls through the smoke and gets the headshot. That was exactly the recipe needed to pull this one back. 3 kills now in the round. He's going to get himself to the bomb plant, tapping it in. Does plant it. Only 11 HP, though, and Oxygen has gotten up close and personal. Swings out. Can't quite hit the headshot. Oxygen just about clutching it over, and you can see that was he was very thankful that he was able to pull that one off.
Yeah, that's a scary situation because that looked so comfortable initially from OG. I literally said it. I was like, okay, all the kills coming in for OG. It's pretty easy. And then Jarko just goes, no, hang on. I'm going to kill everyone. I'm even going to plant the bomb. What? The amount of money that he's just made there for his team just by planting the bomb there is instrumental, and it keeps the economy so honest for OG.
Yeah, it's enough to buy, nothing to give. guess not. 4 AKs, 5 AKs is instead the recipe. And native P out for Awaken. Oh, nice dink from Marek through the smoke. Jocko, the man of the hour in the prior round with all that impact, is now limping into this one. Just 11 health points to do the damage with. That one is going to be hurting.
This boost in towards jungle. Marex is holding for it. They know that the gaps here has been accounted for. Good presence of mind. Oxygen's pushed in a little bit close in towards B. And Bro hasn't had the best showing here, but an opener could really change the outcome of this round, especially because Astralis Talent are grouping towards his position.
He spotted him for sure, the way he was jiggling this. Maybe not. Oh my god, he jiggled that so many times. Now Oxygen's going to be tucked in, but he can't get the kill anyway. Bro manages to find it. 2 of these players limping through. Doesn't matter. Marix has found 2 kills here before he's traded out. Puts it back into the 3v2, but, well, actually, Paddy finds that kill. They don't have to continue to push here, and in fact, they're not. No, no, they're going to walk straight into Sound. He only gets 1 kill. He doesn't spot the second. Altex is still here with the bomb. This round has gotten weird. Paddy.
Oh,
they're going to walk straight into him, Sound. Could have pushed with his flank. Oh, gonna not hit the shot so far. He got the bullets. It's messy. Oh my god, neither of them connecting a single shot. But now the T's have collected, and Awaken was holding connected the whole time. He falls off. 15 seconds left. Altex has to commit to the bomb plant. Taps it. Goes to the swing. What a shot. Awaken goes down. This is now on, but oh my god, Sound slams through the side boxes. What an unbelievable round.
Just when you think that round can't get any more crazier, Awaken decides to peek Altex, who's faked out the bomb, hits a headshot, and then the way the round ends is just a spam. That's chaos, but OG Academy, they thrive in it. Look at this. It's the round of swap, by the way. Flawless. Astralis Talent, we highlighted it on the graphic, like 20% win rate on the T side. It's dire. It's really not ideal. And now OG are just 3 rounds away, potentially 2 after this pistol, from closing out their map pick.
Still not sure I've recovered mentally from that prior round. Sound has, though. Nice kill onto Jarko. Opens this one up. Marek's on this angle as well. Sounds found another. We're all just being cleaned up in the connector. Gonna right-click a nice HE through. It has been dodged, but Dementor is going to find him. And, well, Altex is now the only one remaining. Tech9 and a Dream.
I'm just chuckling because Sound's just jumping through the smoke with a USP, just firing bullets. It's like, alright.
Look at this.
Fair enough.
There's
This is
actually a gap.
Yeah, there's a weird little time in here. I think Oxygen will look back again at the windows. Yeah, he's got it. Look at this. Such a powerful angle. Perfect. 14-6. But now the buy can now come in for Astralis Talent. Cristal could be on an AWP if he sees fit. But now these rounds need to come in for Astralis Talent because OG Academy, they're currently running away with the game. This was very close, and suddenly it's all come up OG. Incendiary gets deployed by Awaken. Cristal peeking in, but it's going to be Patty to find that opener over towards Marek's. Sal's got good ground in the connector at the very least. 2 in middle, and look at this push from Dementor. But Altex is holding for it. The patience pays off. 2 openers. This could be the difference that the Astralis Talent need, but Sound goes aggressive and finds nearly both of the players in towards middle. Astralis look A. Awaken scoped in at ramp. There's so many players to deal with from so many positions. Cristal has been found out. There's a player in connector. There's a player in Palace, and Altex will remove. There are quite a few players that are brought down heavily by the initial fight. So Oxygen, weirdly enough, there's an opportunity here, but he's not ready for Bro.
Well, 14-7. This is an absolutely dominant CT side from OG Academy. They have looked phenomenal since the swap. Flawless, in fact. I mean, apart from this very tail end, and it feels like it's a little bit too late for Astralis talent.
And it's one of those rounds where OG, they don't need to make this. Oh, they don't need to make the same mistakes because they just won't get aggressive. But Cristal, through the sliver, finds Awaken. Sound at least trades and recovers the AWP, and more damage has been done to Bro. He's now walking wounded, limping out of that B bomb site. The only control they really have, Astralis talent, is in towards mid. But look at the rotations from OG.
An empty flashbang, not going to result in anything. They had peeked off it, they might have found a kill. Walking up now, Dementor. Close combat. Oh, Oxygen hits one with the AWP. Cristal has to be forced back now. Dementor's just running through with the MP9. He is punished for it. It is put back into a 3 versus 3, and there is still a chance for them to recover. There's AWPs everywhere they want to go.
It all hinges on whether Astralis talent choose to go in towards jungle. It's actually the incorrect play. Because they flash back, but Marix re-aggresses in and finds Cristal. That's a lot of information, and look at the rotation off the back of the info.
Again, you've also got Bro, who's very low, 18 HP. Sound holding this, the AWP is going to be walking straight into his crosshair. An easy shot to hit, puts it now all on Zoltex in the 1 versus 3. 20 seconds left, and not even a chance to fight it. Sound swings out, and OG get to map point.
There's so many kills there from the AWPs that weren't even from the primary AWPers of either team. I mean, Cristal found that opener on towards Awaken, and then Oxygen's just chiming in with kills. Sound finds one as well. This double up setup could be Astralis talent's undoing. 5 kills away from OG, having the advantage heading into the gauntlet stages.
Yeah, this best 3 is elimination, so everything on the line if they want to progress through to the playoffs. And Awaken gets a nice opener onto Paddy. The default position, but holding behind the smoke is not quite spotted until it's too late. Oxygen chiming in with his AWP. Doesn't quite connect, but doesn't matter. Sounds found one in towards mid.
Yeah, this is falling apart now. Awaken, the confidence just to go back into the same position you were originally eliminated in the round prior is bold, but it pays off. Astralis, they have managed to get middle. Just kidding. Sounds found another kill onto Jarko and even follows up onto Bro, and that's it. All the kills come in a matter of moments. Astralis talent completely crumble away on that T side, and OG, they take the lead in the best of 3.
Yeah, that is a flex. Flex those muscles. You know, you guys absolutely rolled over on that CT. So what a defense. I mean, what a way to end it as well. Sound. What a triple kill to close things out there. But an amazing map on Mirage, particularly as soon as the half switch. I mean, it was 9-6 at the half. We get to see the replays now. It started strong for OG as well. They got off to the first 2 rounds. Astralis talent started to find a bit of momentum, started to find a way back in. But it felt like around about round 8, round 9, there was just a bit of a momentum shift, and OG Academy could do no wrong.
It's very difficult when you're Astralis talent as well, the way they like to piece together rounds on the T side, going for openings, especially in towards the middle of the map, and that's such a highly contested point for OG, and Sound constantly finding multi-kills being supported by the AWP. It makes it unbearable for Astralis talent. Let's take a look at the statistics, though. You can see that Altex, again, continuing off a very good form. Cristal's up there as well, but Jarko had 1 good round. That kind of inflates his stats a little bit with 4 kills. Nearly gets like the 1 versus 5 insane. But then you take a look on the other end of things. You take a look at OG Academy, and they're all up there. Everyone's shining on that server.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sound in particular in Dementia, but I feel like Marix maybe threw under the radar a little bit there in terms of just, he was just racking up the kills across the surfer. 22 for 12, great performance, top of the leaderboard in the end. But yeah, you're right, there's a triple threat here, all in the 20s. Oxygen's not that far behind, and even Awaken, right, 14 for 15. It's not a terrible score, wasn't really needed to put up insane numbers when the rest of his team was firing off how they were.
Yeah, and he was also on that CT side, was just like finding these openers. But that's the first map in the series. OG Academy take the slight edge. We're going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, it will be Astralis Talent's map pick. It will be Inferno in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to jump into map 2 between Astralis Talent and OG Academy after a quite dominant Mirage from OG Academy, particularly once the side switch.
Yeah, and you look at Inferno for Astralis Talent, and you look at the stats, and it looks quite good. But that's because they played recently domestically in the MPF Invitational. It's a Danish land that they ended up winning, and they played Inferno a lot, and they did very well. However, you take into account that OG Academy, apart from against Fnatic Rising, they've won every single Inferno they've played here at WePlay Academy League Season 6. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one really matches up, because you look at the Astralis Talent that looked very good on their CT side, but the T side performances looked a little bit flat. You compare and contrast that with OG, who looked good on both sides. You've got the fact that both triple threat players all performing very well in the high 20s in a 16-7 game. I'm a little bit concerned for Astralis Talent, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting because we had the conversation in the pre-show that this felt like it favored Astralis Talent this entire veto, and they actually picked into Inferno. That was a bit of a surprise. Maybe, you know, expected to see that Vertigo coming through, but we're going to have to see whether this will pay out for them, because we're going to be jumping straight into things. Onto the pistol round. Astralis Talent starting on the T side.
Yeah, look at this play though. Free here for OG towards Banana. Swinging on in. Sound takes the first contact, and then Dementor's looking to step in. Sound with one. Bro with the trade, but that's not onto Dementor. Sorry, that's not onto Sound, that's onto Dementor.
That is a 4 versus 4, and there's a rotation that's come over as well to help him out. Marix is here with the smoke, ready to drop that one on contact. Sound jiggles the angle, and once they're spotted out, in fact, with the smoke coming through, on the T side, they're going to drop it, and this attack is now falling short. There's not going to be a second wave. They're just going to charge through. Oh, Sound caught on the quick switch. That is so unfortunate, and Marix, he was trying to stand next to the flames to go unnoticed. But he is spotted, and he is removed. Oxygen creeping and crawling his way up, taken down by Altex. Puts it now onto Awakened 1 versus 4. They've spotted him out. This one feels already done and dusted. Doesn't have armor. There is a kit on the side, but, I mean, they'd have to be throwing this one pretty heavy. They have to all pick it in, and you have to hit the most incredible shots to make this work.
Yeah, is he even going to be given anything? Doesn't look like it. Swinging towards CT for contact felt. Immediate trades out. Cristal will find a multi. I feel like OG just overplay their hand a little bit there. I think they try to get a little bit too cutesy with some of these setups, especially just Sound moving over here, then thinks better of it, pulls out his knife. It's a little bit rough. But yeah, it's a really well worked round by Astralis Talent.
Tell you what, if Sound hadn't quick switched then and he just had his USP out, he hits this every single day of the week. Like, it's like, check the timing on that. Like, he had the gun ready to click the button, but it just wasn't out in time to do it. And look at this, just aggression in towards Banana. Dementor has found a triple kill. He's picked up a Mac 10 looking for more, but is traded out. Bro on 30 HP, the only survivor in this skirmish in Banana, an absolute bloodbath.
That's ridiculous. I like this, though. Be a little bit of a caretaker. Throwing the weapons out as well. Chuck the Mac 10 away. Swap that over. So Altex is armed with the AK-47. Because he's got the highest HP. Look at this from Marix. As soon as he sees a shoulder, just drop a smoke again. He's the only defender here for OG Academy. I cannot believe that 5-7 found that much impact.
It's outrageous. 3 kills. The utility was just good. Marix drops another smoke once these smokes come through. Won't repeat the mistakes of Sound. Not going to be swapping out to his knife, and they're just going to commit through. The flashbang, though, catches him off guard. He goes down. That was the only defender over here. Awaken fires off a scout shot through the smoke, but doesn't connect. So now they've got a real chance. Oxygen making his way over. Bro is low. So the Scout and the Deagle are a one-shot potential here. So Altex is in charge of taking first contact. Walks out with the AK. Can't quite hit the shot, but he's gotten the information. Bro is tucked in with the Mac 10, and they can just play this one passive. There's no kit. No utility to flush them out. Bro spots nothing there. Now he falls back in. Clock's ticking down. They have to get a move on. Altex, he's running, waiting for them to come take the fight. And here they come. Altex gets that kill. Oxygen cannot do anything.
Yeah, OG just wait such a long time there to get into the fight. It felt like those rotations were really fast and they were ready to be in that position. But no, the crossfire's established between Dark and Quad, and OG Academy, they don't even push at all. They just wait. They're waiting for Astralis Talent to make a mistake. But when you're in that crossfire, you're not moving.
They recover from the chaos. Dementor went to absolute town in Banana. But it's all for naught. As OG Academy are forced back on to the eco. Dementor has a Deagle out this time. See what he can do with it. Peter's shenanigans. They pulled off with 5-7. That's unlikely. Bro's gonna spot out 2 on the stack. Somehow Sound walks away alive. Does take 98 points of damage.
I have no idea how he's alive there. I just don't. That's just baffling to me. But look at the rotations. It's just going to be Oxygen trying to defend against the entire army of Astralis Talent. Well, he spotted them out. He's got a Zeus. That's exciting. I don't think he can really do anything with it. But I mean, who knows? We'll see, I suppose. But they're just going to go up long. They could completely avoid him. Wrap this a bomb site. It should be theirs pretty decisively. Altec should be able to find Oxygen if he announces himself towards Boiler. And yeah, again, it should just be the Astralis Talent round.
Yeah, they don't want anything to do with the Zeus. Oh, Oxygen, if you'd had the Zeus out, maybe there's a chance there. Oh, here we go. Round 2. Bacon's got his out. He's ready for it.
He's not getting a kill.
No.
They're not going to go hard clear long. They don't need to.
Buff the Zeus. Needs to be a little bit longer, I think.
No, it doesn't. It's fine.
Feel like a thunderbolt of lightning from the heavens itself.
For $200.
Yeah. No kill reward. Hey, there's a team kill in the mix there. Unfortunately, not the way OG Academy wanted it. And so it is going to be a 3-0 start for Astralis Talent.
Much better, especially on this T side as well, which I was kind of drawing question marks over. And everyone's shining. Let's go. It's a very balanced scoreboard. Not for OG Academy, though. Marix is on -1. But that's okay. The guns are in play now. Everyone's got rifles, AWP as well. With these MAC-10s, though, they could do some damage. They could get up really close to OG Academy and try and overwhelm. That's what Cristal is trying to accomplish here. But Awaken's just hold it.
Ooh, Awaken gets the opener with the AWP, and now Sound swings out to get Paddy as well. That is the perfect response from OG Academy as soon as they get the guns out. Astralis Talent, they're trying to put the pressure now back towards A. There's still 2 players here, and the AWP is starting to rotate over as well. So Jarko is not going to have an open avenue here. It's being held by the AWP, and there's Awaken again. Another kill goes the way of the AWPer. Bro has now caught a bit of a gap. And he's got the bomb with him, and he's going to take down Awaken. Okay, suddenly this is now doable because there are 2 defenders here. And they're holding kind of passive, but no, the elevated angle, not ready for it. Altex now, Oxygen off on the off angle, gets him, and OG get there first on the board.
Yeah, much better. I mean, it's against Astralis Talent Spy that they've been bringing forward into the previous rounds, so they're going to have money to reinvest in with the 8Ks, but it's a confident start, and the fact that they only lose 1 player as well does wonders for their economy. It can start to build up already. And Awaken on the AWP. Makes no mistake, but it hasn't been recovered, so now he's just relegated to an M4.
The exchange back and forth in Banana. It's a slow start this time around. OG Academy not pushing the issue. Awaken trying to go for a jump up onto Porch. Actually a sound kick here. They're going to flash through. Still gets the kill while fully blinded. Marix found another as well. Oxygen was looking to try and make it a third, but it doesn't matter. Look at all the damage that's been done. 2 of them are barely anything. Somehow that HE misses the mark, but Oxygen is the only defender on B, so there's still a chance here there to make inroads. But oh, not with a shot like that. That is huge. Jocko goes down. And now it's a little bit weird because Cristal's in this advanced position. Swings out and domes Dementa. Now it's a 2 versus 2.
These fights are isolated. But look at Oxygen just playing around this smoke perfectly. Its crosshair it's precise. It's aiming specifically at Cristal. So that allows Patty to work out Worm over towards balcony. He could drop, and he finds Oxygen. That's perfect. 2 versus 1. Cristal's been in library this entire time. Sound knows it, and now needs to try and find a way back in. But this is so difficult. If he swings on towards Patty, Cristal's here. He swings onto Cristal, Patty's there. And he's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Astralis talent recover the round.
Yeah, what a recovery. What a round from Cristal to be able to get out deep there and removing Dementa. That's everything. Dementa is holding for that the whole time, but it's a perfect swing from Cristal just before the Molly fades as well. So the vision, you know, you're not quite ready for the peak at that second. Gets that kill, and it gets very uncomfortable for Oxygen then because he kind of knows that he's stuck in towards pit, not quite sure where they're going to swing from. Patty just drops out, catches him, silence with the M4 A1S. Barracks pushing forward, looking for an aggressive opener here, and they've found 2. Can't quite convert the third. Jarko has burnt out Oxygen. Once again, OG Academy get off to a good start to the round.
Yeah, they do. Now look at Awaken. He can just step in. Cristal with the immediate trade. 3 versus 2 in favor of the CT side. Marek's up on the balcony. They're not considering his position. He drops in. Cristal strikes. Still an opportunity for him to recover, but the bomb is so far away. The issue is OG Academy don't know this. So Cristal could play like he's got the C4. Try and take some advantages. Try and isolate some of these kills, and maybe he just hits a little bit of a weird time in here and goes all the way back down middle because he does need to get that package.
He's going to get caught out as soon as he walks around this corner. Yeah, Sound is holding for it. That's a bit unfortunate. The bomb got left behind. It was on the back of one of the players that was taken down in towards second mid, and I'm not sure Astralis talent fully clicked that they didn't have it with them until that point. You know, they were entering onto the site. Maybe they just wanted to take the ground, then fall back and reposition, but got left onto Cristal at the end, and it feels like a very difficult clutch that would have come down to a timing working out for him, which does not transpire. So OG get another on the board. And look what it's done to Astralis talent. They're now feeling like they have to commit into this one. Look at this. Once again, the flashbang has come through, and it's a double kill for Awaken, but they do get the kills back in response.
Rinse and repeat. Jarko doesn't get caught out. Ultex actually finds Oxygen. This one's falling apart a little bit for OG. Sound now tries to peek in, but Ultex deals with him as well. 3 kills in the round. This man, he's so impactful, and it's just Dementa coming in from long. But guess what? Cristal is here with a Tech 9. Has been spotted, but the damage has already been done to OG Academy. Dementa, that's one piece of the puzzle. Ultex is low, but Jarko doesn't need to move a muscle.
You got that ding onto Ultex, so now he feels like he can go for this. But it's so difficult. The clock has already ticked down to half, and they are not presenting the kills. He spotted one player. Still one tucked into sight. Ultex has been here the whole time, hiding behind the smoke. Going to pop up now and deal with Dementor. What a round from Ultex. 4 kills in it. And what a punish. OG Academy, you can see what they were trying to do there. It's a 2-2 even trade, and so Marex feels like he can maybe try and push that advantage a little bit further by re-aggressing into the same position that his teammates had fallen, but couldn't quite pull it off. And then it's just that immediate aggression out through the apps. Ultex leading the charge and getting a round that it felt like they had no right to win.
That's 2 rounds in a row that OG have also died to that Molotov being thrown in towards apartments. And look what it's done to the economy. This grenade, in fact the double up, perfect. What's also quite funny is in the previous round as well, bro just had full Kevlar dual Berettas. That was his buy.
Yeah, that's the Wild West buy, that one. Okay, hold up. This has gone a bit weird. Everyone has fallen in Banana. Oxygen has got himself an AK. Okay, yeah, it is fine. The bomb is picked up, and he can take that to A for free, and Jarko could catch off any rotations. I mean, this is a huge amount of damage for nothing invested.
That's true. This is so loud, though. But you're right. I mean, 3 USP kills. It's not too bad. But in the grand scheme of things, you take a look at the money for Astralis Talent. Like, it is there. Like, they can rebuy in. It's fine. It's not an ideal situation, but it's another round that Astralis Talent do win out. They lock it in, and they're looking a lot better. This is worlds apart from what we saw in the front end of Mirage, but also just on the T side in general. Astralis Talent looking a lot better here.
Yes, but they were struggling on Mirage. They're looking at a completely different story here on their map pick. Certainly see why they picked into it. A missed Molotov from OG enables Jarko to get up to this elevated position on top of the railing, and Oxygen is punished, removed. Waken has to fall back with the AWP, has no support from his rifler. Astralis Talent get the opener. They're not committing anywhere just yet. Taking Banana as well. Burner is their oyster.
Yeah, the flashes are just going to force more utility out of OG. Look at that. One flashbang gets rid of a smoke. And a follow-up flash from OG. And that was the last smoke as well. With 1 minute left on the clock, it's just 3 flashbangs left. The Menta gets boosted. And this could come into play. Because the Astralis Talent, they got their sights set on B.
Some accelerating through now, jumping off. Oh, Sound tries to swing out. Mentor has found one, but now he's got a Molotov on his feet, and he is burning alive, cooked to a crisp. Paddy finishes the job. And now it's a save. Awaken and Marix just need to hold on to these. So a great B bomb site hit the utility. Perfect. OG Academy, nothing they can do.
Yeah, I really like that play from Astralis Talent as well, because what they do is they drop the utility at the last possible moment when they run into the B bomb site. So it's quite literally a pop onto B. And OG, they get completely blindsided by it. And the fact that the boost has to be dismantled really quickly because the Molotov was actually just cascading up towards the top of the boost. It's very unfortunate for OG. And there's just too many players. Astralis Talent just completely trading perfectly. 7-2. Patty falls with the bomb. They're not going to mind that.
Yeah, it's fine. They keep 3 players alive. They've already got 7 rounds in T side, so they are feeling good. Now, OG, it's a tough decision here. The money as it is, you could technically drop over some rifles if you do want to make this one work. But from the looks of it, they just want to keep the money consistent. So it's going to be a couple of upgraded pistols around the AWP and M4, which puts everything now onto Awaken and Marix to open this round up.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense because even if they lose the rifles here, they can just reinvest them anyway if they don't put a penny into round number 10. Now with the Deagle, has found Patty. Follow-up flash. Oh, it's perfect. Banana completely under lock and key, and now these AKs can be picked up for OG.
Yeah, I mentioned that it would have to be Marix and Awaken doing everything, but no, it's the Deagle of sound echoing across Banana. There is Marix from the boost, gets 1 kill. Astralis Talent struggling a little bit into this one. Altex and Cristal, they can recover these. We've seen them do it. They need to be given the kill first. Cristal's walking out towards Awaken, who's holding this with the AWP. There's the bomb on his back. Altex is going to try and force some pressure out towards apartments to give an opening for the split to come through. The AWP has not budged, and Cristal is going to swing straight into it, tries to jiggle the angle, but Awaken's position means it's all too easy for him to hit that shot. Altex can't even get the kill onto the Desert Eagle, so it's a flawless round from OG.
I mean, that's just not what you expect at all from a buy like that. But that's incredible. And I feel like the rifle only... Yeah, the rifle and the AWP got 2 kills. The rest was just on Deagles. And what a hold by Sound. And the follow-up flashbang from Dementa was just perfect because it allowed Sound just to stay in that position. Knew that a player would try and trade him. Completely punishes. Now Astralis Talent, they can buy back in, but it's 3 AKs, a Mac 10 and a Deagle. We've seen worse buys win rounds.
Oh, we just saw it. So Let's see. The triple ack. Spam comes through. Actually, it does a little bit onto Dementor, but it's not a full committal through the smoke. So they are going to take that control. Smoke drop down deep as well. It's going to allow rotations to start to come over. And they're going to be needed because the hit's coming through. It's pop play out. Awaken misses the first shot. Oxygen is still in the pit. Awaken's got himself up from the cold zero. Oh, a Deagle shot comes through. Awaken now, so much pressure on him. And it's Marix that's stepping up with only for one. Crystal about to deal with Dementor as well in the back lines. Mac 10 going to shoot him in the back of the head. Darko drops sound and Astralis respond with style.
That was a really nice call as well. The fact that you're working with lesser weaponry, so you try and mitigate that by going for a faster play. The apps pop, not a round that we've actually seen out of Astralis talent all half. It completely blindsides OG. And Astralis talent, they've now won out the half. It's 8-3. And it keeps the economy of OG honest as well, because they can invest back in, but if they lose this, I mean, they're still going to be with the loss bonus, but it still feels very uncomfortable.
Hefty nade. Oh, and the flames to follow up. There's a smoke to support. They are holding for that. Ready for the play. Oh, the jump is punished. Oh, that's Paddy that gets the second, but it's still a slammer. Two openers in Banana go the way of Astralis talent.
I thought Crystal hit that, you know.
It looked like it, didn't it? The quick scope. Either way, exactly the start they were hoping for.
I like this as well. They're just playing very passive. Because for OG, they don't have information and they don't have manpower. So there's going to be a play coming in at some point to try and juggle over these pieces. Marix, well, he hears the utility. He knows it's going to be over towards B. So now the rotations need to come in, and it needs to come in quick. But, I mean, you can already see the intention of OG Academy. They just want to save, hold on to this. But take a look at Altex and Jarko. I don't think they're going to try and allow this save to be as comfortable as OG Academy would like it to be.
Yeah, at this stage of the half, if you can triple them here, you can put yourself into a great position to take double digits. Awaken his position now known after dealing with Jarko. They're going to start to potentially hound his location. He decides to peek out here. He'll be peeking straight into Crystal, so he's not going to do it. It's his way up in towards apartments. But there's a player. Oh, okay. Might have caught the timing to stay alive here. So they all miss him. But it feels super spooky for him here.
No way.
Okay. He's done it. Maybe.
No, Crystal score him.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Dang.
Oh, no. I mean, Marix can buy an AWP.
That's true. Maybe not this round, though, because, I mean, look, they won't be able to get any rifles out. They'd much rather have a couple of pistols and the like, and then go into the follow-up with the full kit. But that's going to concede 10 most likely, unless they can pull off the heroics that they did a few rounds prior when they did upset with the pistol.
They could get MP9s potentially. They're on full stage loss bonus. So, I mean, you could even get a Mag 7 over towards Banana. That'd be quite fun. Oh, investment.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Marix can afford an M4.
Yeah.
That one makes sense.
Yeah, and Awaken can just keep a bit of extra cash for the AWP himself. So this kind of is all right. I mean, it's 4 Desert Eagles and an M4. It's doable, but it relies on some crazy efforts.
Good nade. Patty brought down low immediately. Look at Bro. He's just taking the entirety of top Banana. And this boost just over the top. It gets information, but Bro's found the opener. It's just a mentor, a secondary Deagle on this bomb site. The M4's making its way through. But Marix needs to do a lot for his team here.
Flashbang getting set up. Dementor. This is it, the moment. Awaken's making his way over as well, and they just swing through, but everybody is blinded. Demento can't connect the shots, and they are overwhelming. That's a kill. And oh my god, Marix has found one as well, but now Paddy is here. Awaken trying to do the work. It's in a 2 versus 2. He can't quite get away. Oxygen, the only one remaining for OG Academy. He's made his way over now. That smoke goes down, blocking off his vision. And there's no rifle to recover. He wants to go for something heroic, considering this bomb gets plant pushing through, but no. Oh, he is going to commit as they swing, but Bro is holding it the whole time.
Yeah, good round from Bro. Opens it up, closes it down. 10-3. But now here comes the full investment. Awaken get the AWP as well. That's exactly why he was saving the extra pennies into the round before. Cristal's got one as well. It's actually been finding quite a little bit of impact, to be honest with you, with the AWP. 12-8, not doing too badly at all. And the players that weren't really appearing on the server on Mirage are all stepping up here for Astralis talent on Inferno.
It's good to see exactly what they need. OG not wanting to force the issue in towards Banana. They take a little bit of an advanced position. Cristal gets spotted trying to walk through that smoke. Punished for it. The incendiary doesn't connect though, and Paddy's bullets do sound. He's taken down, which puts Demento once again solo defending here. The Charlottes want to try and put a bit of pressure. They're not committing to this. They're trying to feign this hit through, and it's causing rotations across the server. However, Awaken has started to think better of it. Makes his way back and is rewarded with a kill on Jaco. Good reposition to find that one.
And that's the play Astralis talent wanted to make. They wanted to try and exploit a gap out towards long. But good work by OG's AWP. And now for Astralis talent, it's just a case of finding an opening. And because of the ground that Bro's established over towards B, it makes sense for them headed in this direction. But you've got 2 players to contend with. They're in a somewhat loose crossfire. There's even a flashbang on Marix he can deploy.
Comes the utility. 3 players going to be committing into this. Only 2 on the defense. Paddy starts to push out, leading the charge for the squad. That flashbang is perfect though. Marix swings out for 1 as well, and Dementor close it out with a 2K. OG on the whole get themselves up to 4. A 5th potentially possible. So we're now going into the last round of the half.
I really like that play from Marix as well. The fact that he jumps up as soon as the flashbang's done, because he can take the contact, because Dementor's position is known. So by taking the contact, even finding the kill allows Dementor a little bit more time to have a wider angle as Astralis talent come in. Nice heads up play. Can they make it 5? Will they give themselves a lifeline here on the T side of Inferno? We're about to find out as Banana is once again contested. And currently, Astralis talent, they're winning out the control.
Yes, it's been a consistent theme. They're able to establish Banana control, take space in towards apartments. Awaken's in a new position. Haven't seen him play short with the AWP quite yet, and he's going to get the opener. Cristal goes down, trying to jiggle that angle, and the AWP was right there, ready for him. Marix is now holding from the other side, and they're focused on where the AWP was. So he's holding this outwards position. Awaken makes his way forward, and that's going to bait in both of these players to Marix. It's a perfect setup.
Oh, Patty just went through the fire. That's a kill back, and Oltex has found Oxygen as well. 2 versus 3, but both positions are now known by OG. And look at this push in from Banana. It might not even matter. Awaken has missed another shot. Digits punched in. Bomb planted. Rotations have come over. Dementor is here in top middle, but he's completely isolated away from sound.
2 versus 5, now into a 2 versus 2. This post plant is difficult to deal with. Altex sitting down. They do have an incendiary to clear him out of pit, so that's something to be working with. It's going to get thrown out from long as well, so he's not going to be ready for Dementor in towards apartments. Paddy, the only defender. They're trying to clear him out here. Another incendiary comes through. It's onto the bomb. And there's no smoke.
Oh, is there enough time? It's going to be very close, but OG just about do it. They Molotov the bomb, but they still defuse in the nick of time. And considering that that round was nearly thrown away by OG, then recovered by OG, then nearly thrown away again, you have to laugh that one off if you're Dementor and the rest of the gang, because they have found 5.
My lord, the incendiary going through to flush out the back of sight. That's where the bomb's planted. They both jump onto it as well, running through the incendiary just to see who will survive the inferno. And OG do continue to survive 5 rounds. And we've got the team speak now that we can jump right into to hear how it's all going.
Ja, det er det. Jeg hopper over. Bare spil det.
Du står med
Der er
dør.
ikke noget slisk.
Ja, ja.
Flash, flash, flash.
Flash
Der er
her.
ikke noget.
Giv os,
Tag
giv os.
forbi her. Nice, det.
Hvem er?
Kommer. Der er 2 uden armor, tror jeg.
Ind, jeg spiller retake,
Der er 2 uden
Ja,
armor,
de
der
er
er flash
de er
nogle
inde.
gange.
De er inde.
Jeg kommer med at rulle op, Patrick. Bare spil
Ja,
først, spil
chill.
først så.
Kom med, kom med, Alex. Kom med, Alex.
Ja.
Jeg er white picker, for jeg er klar. Jeg hopper
3,
bare.
2, 1, kom.
Højre side 4 måske.
Jeg er pool og sådan noget.
Pool ind, ja, pool ind. Hop, Patrick. Bananer pool.
Inden
Uden
spawn.
armor måske.
Inden spawn.
Jeg kan
Har vi
godt forestille
kit?
mig, uden armor.
Nej, ikke kit.
Nej, intet kit. Nej.
Kom igen.
Det er ikke i hovedet, mand. Kom igen.
Charles Talent, they have the right read on that situation, but it doesn't amount to a round win. It gets very close in the end. Ultek's thrown into another situation, but OG, they will take that T-side pistol.
Tell you what, Crystal hits the 2 hard shots, makes it look flashy, and then can't quite convert the 3rd. It's a little too many players for him to be able to handle. Looking sharp with the USP. Now OG can start their campaign on this T side. We've got an Astralis stack in play in Inferno. You'd love to see it. The pyramid assembled.
This is cool. This is a more aggressive one. I've not really seen this before. Because normally you see it in towards pool and everyone expects that one.
I'm loving the
That
starting
one,
between the
okay.
different angles
Yeah,
and the
it's
observing.
like... they are all looking at the same thing. OG are going to go around the corner. Oh my god, it's a stack. Run away.
Run, run, run. Oh, they're going to be running, charging straight down the shrine. Oh, the flashbang is perfect. Oh, that's not going to be enough. Doesn't matter. Okay, got a little excited there. It looked like maybe they were going to
The
overwhelm.
team flash as well.
Oh, dear. Well, it was perfect for the CTs. But OG recover. They get the round.
do,
It's
yeah.
not too bad. And they walked into the stack.
Yeah, it's fine.
Everything's okay.
Look at the buy now for Astralis Talent. Pretty much well established. Bro, the only one with a little bit of a lackluster investment, just the MP9. But that's fine, because that can contend against the 2 Mac 10s of OG Academy. Look at the control. Look at Bro go. It's going to take all of the space down Banana. And that means that the Astralis Talent can just rotate. They can have 4 players to defend against this hit at A.
Yeah, Root is holding solo with the MP9. It is keeping Paddy here because now the smokes fade and there wasn't contact. I don't know if he spotted that cross. Doesn't look like
Looks
it.
like it.
Oh, okay. Repositioning to hold that slither angle. Now he falls down. Rotation now comes over though. Bro's here. They've left Paddy with the M4 over towards B, and OG are about to make this hit happen.
Look at Cristal towards Graveyard. This defense is very good to counter a play like this, especially because you've got Ultex playing anti-flash. Flashes rain out towards long. It's a fake. Cristal goes up and over the Graveyard, and his attention is absolutely perfect. He gets Molly, doesn't even matter. Last bullet of the magazine will find a kill. Awaken will trade. A couple of low HP players here on both sides of the coin. Awaken finds another. But it's just him remaining versus 2, bro. It's just doing so much damage with the MP9. got all the control to start with. Patty actually finishes the job with a crisp headshot. Astralis Talent, they survive, but that wasn't as clean as a manner as they would have anticipated.
Yeah, that was walking into the stack. They had the perfect setup. You mentioned it. Crystal tucked in towards Graveyard. They had Altex playing anti-flash. Everything was kind of in position for Astralis Talent to win that one, and still gets a little sloppy towards the end. And for OG Academy, I mean, the reason that stack's allowed to happen is they don't contest Banana at all. They put zero pressure there after that initial smokes went down, and that just allowed the stack to come through. And when you're going for a pop play like this, you need to be at least keeping a bit of interest towards B.
It was just the pace of Bro taking Banana as well. Similar story here. Look at this. This should always be an Astralis Talent round, but we've seen crazy plays with the pistols. Cristal flashing, forcing the issue into top mid. OG Academy can't quite run in, and again, it's 4 players ready to receive.
Cristal tucked in, has support out towards long as well. Bro holding that one with the M4, and they're going to walk straight into this crossfire. Bro can take first contact. There it is. He can now sit back, and this is when Cristal swings out, but the kills both go the way of OG. There's still 2 defenders on the side, so it's once again the stack. It doesn't matter. OG hits. There's one kill there from Sound. Altex is still in towards Minipig. Gets both of them. OG walking into the stack again to their detriment.
I think Altex is one of the best anchor players I've seen in WePlay Academy League. I just constantly, you can leave him there when all the pressure's going on, when your teammates are falling at long to the Deagles, it doesn't matter. He will still stand strong, find a multi-kill when it matters most, and he just relieves the pressure off the bomb site there for Astralis Talent, and they are able to convert. These rounds are getting very close, despite Astralis Talent walking away with this buffer, because the score is now 12-7. There's been a lot of instances here where only a couple of players have really survived on this CT side. You can see that might have repercussions on the economy later down the line. Bro, again, only equipped with an MP9, and the utility, it's sparse.
Oxygen making his presence known. OG looking like they want to retake Banana. They've not been putting much emphasis here in the last few rounds, and so they are going to change things up. And actually, once again, Astralis Talent are rotating 4 players over towards A. Smoke going through, and a couple of pieces of utility to follow up from Dementor is going to keep them present here. So this time around, they have played with the rotation successfully. And it is just Patty defending. It's a bit of a timer on this, though, before Jarko starts to make his way back, and he's already having second thoughts. No contact yet. OG still haven't committed to B. Now comes through. Childy over the top. Patty, he's the only one to here, and he doubles up, lines them up, and knocks them down. The silenced M4 from the top of the coffin sends 2 players to their grave. Jarko now pushing out Punished. Gives a kill back the way of OG, but they can get this bomb down.
He doesn't need to do that. Patty's now been Molotoved off. Bro's going to chime in with some support. That bomb is starting to tick away. Plenty of kit, plenty of utility, I should say, but the Molotov has just been deployed with 1 flash. They're all coming through. Bruins, it's going to be a pop over the top. Marix does find 1. In fact, it's Patty to get the team kill. And now Awaken is here. His position given up right at the end. And Astralis Talent, they will retake that. But what a hold from Patty. Top performer on the server right now. Had 18 kills going into it. And just completely knocks them down on the way in.
Yeah, what an incredible B-side hold. You're just upping Altex as the anchor over towards A, and then it's our B anchor and Patty that really shines. That double kill is phenomenal. Fully blinded, just lines them up. They walk straight into his crosshair, and he gets 2 for free. Then can just fall back. They can play the post plant. Even though they give up maybe an extra kill, they didn't need to. It doesn't matter. They got the player advantage on the retake. All the pieces to work with. Now they get up to 13. OG struggling these last few rounds to make things work. Darko could just clean them all up here. No, he's overwhelmed, but does a lot of damage. That smoke now. Oh, Dementor just runs through it. Gets the kill into Altex. He's made his way through to pick. Cristal is still here, though. Drops 1 and 2. And he knows that Dementor is in towards pit. Marix is out towards long, though, and has found one, but couldn't quite get the second. And that's where Cristal chimes in with his third.
What a perfect hold from Cristal. Really essential there, because if he falls, that's basically the round conceded. I don't think Astralis Talent even rotate the players through library at that point. But he holds strong, finds two, even the third. Such a decisive hold. And that's what it's come down to, really, between Astralis Talent and OG, especially on this CT side. The anchoring players on the bomb sites are just constantly finding success. And for OG Academy, that's just a quick play. It's just with pistols, and it's still not enough.
Double the rounds now, 14-7. Astralis Talent making Inferno their home. Got passive OG Academy out early on. That single smoke down the bottom of Banana is just keeping them all at bay. See, they don't know what we know, which is just that Paddy is the only one over here. He's got plenty of utility to work with. He's been dropped an entire armory. And here's some more.
Even more.
Yeah, throw on the special delivery of smokes, sentries, everything you could ever want as the B-site defender.
This could work out as well, because Oxygen has just put presence over towards top middle. Oh, there's one nade thrown in. Just takes Sound down for about 50. Patty's going to collect another one. Launch it on over. And Bro's here this whole time, so contacts to be found. I'm really enjoying this. It's fun stuff to watch. Execute coming in, 35 seconds. A good follow-up nade. Just 100 damage on HEs already. And another one being dunked in. Now Marix is being brought down low.
Site has been taken, though, and it's a 5v5 on the retake. There's another HE coming through, and this time it gets the kill. Awaken gets one back in response. The bomb just about gets planted. Awaken puts it back into the 4v4. Now he can set up with this AWP as an incendiary getting ready to throw it in towards Dark. That's going to flush out one player tucked in. Sound is here. Flames come through above him. He's pushed out into the open. And Awaken's found another. Paddy and Jarko pushing through. Found two, though. So now a lot of pressure onto Awaken. Good shot, though. And he's still tucked in here, but there's Jarko. Puts it now all onto Oxygen. Two players to find, and they are holding his position. They tap the bomb. He hasn't quite sung out yet. He's holding this fake, but now they're committing to it. He swings out the spray. Can't quite finish the job. Oh, he took down the wrong player. The diffuser was still on it. Cristal takes it away, steals the round for Astralis Talent.
That's so unfortunate for Oxygen. Oh my goodness me. It just didn't look like there was a player on the bomb. The player was just standing, crouching in just behind Cristal. And it's just enough. That's 5 in a row for Astralis Talent as they look to close out Inferno. And they're just ever so closer to Ancient. Look at this push coming on in. It's an even trade. Oxygen actually finds both. Cristal gets caught out in middle. OG, it looks like they might be alive and kicking for one more round.
The single smoke deployed has slowed them down, though. Paddy's rotated off. And now he comes back. Astralis Talent. Okay, hold up.
No, wait.
Making their way back. Altex is tucked in towards Boiler.
I can hear this.
They're moving fast. 11 HP on Oxygen. Oh, Altex could just end the round here. They're going to walk both past him. Oh, he spots them both. To swing through. Marix, he goes down. Oxygen at least has got to the site safely with the bomb, and he can plant it. But now he's the only one remaining with 11 HP. He's only got a smoke to work with. Drops that one for something to play around. And Altex is waiting for his teammate to arrive. Paddy is out towards long, and Oxygen walks straight into him. Astralis Talent. They take the map, and they are going to take us to that third decider.
Yeah, really good work, especially on the CT side. 6 rounds in a row for Astralis Talent. And a lot of rounds they brought very close and made possible, especially on that T side. I think there was a 2 versus 5 thrown in the mix that was potentially doable for Astralis Talent. And Patty had an incredible game. And look at the reactions on some of these faces. OG Academy, heartbroken. But it's not over yet. We will have Ancient waiting. Let's see some of these highlights, because there were some important things to kind of note here. Awaken started waking up, quite literally. Had a very nice Inferno game. under pressure was delivering some of these shots. Here's the scare with the Molotov, the OG. That was their own molly, by the way, but they do defuse it at the very least. But Astralis talent on this T side just come up with a number of rounds, put themselves high on a pedestal, and it's just too much for OG to try and recover.
Yeah, you got to shout out Awaken, as you mentioned, as well as Marix, who put up a good performance. But really, it was just the two of them on the side of OG really trying to push them through some of these rounds. And Astralis talent just come out ahead. They were firing across all cylinders, every player stepping up. Cristal as well was putting on a great performance. We can see it here in the scoreboard. Paddy, as you mentioned, he was incredible on that B side. His holds were fantastic. Utility usage, perfect. Played it exactly as you would expect. 24 kills for him. And Cristal as well, looking really great with that AWP, particularly actually on the T side.
This scoreboard looks flipped to what we saw in Mirage, because you've got 3 players performing exceptionally well for Astralis talent, and then for OG Academy, you've got players you expect to do a little bit better, such as Sound, such as Oxygen, really just not stepping up to the plate on Inferno. And this is what we were saying in the pre-game. I mean, like we said, okay, OG Academy, they've only lost Inferno once at WePlay, but overall, they have looked a little bit rocky on this map, and it never feels comfortable watching OG Academy on Inferno. And as a result, Astralis talent, they do capitalize upon it. Both these picks fall in favor respectively to the chosen teams. So now we do have Ancient as that decider, and honestly, that could go anywhere.
Yeah, it's an interesting way that it played out with the veto. Both teams being maps we didn't expect and still taking them the victory. It's leaves us as Ancient as that decider. We'll go to a very short break, but when we come back, we'll be breaking that one down and getting ready to jump into the decider.
Both teams took their respective map picks, which leaves Ancient as the decider map. And Mal's NXT is waiting for either Astralis Talent or OG Academy to make this one through. It's a tough one to call, Lucy. However, I was looking in the break and I did see that Astralis Talent, they beaten Prospects on this map. And we saw how dominant they were against Fnatic Rising. And in fact, there was a win condition for Astralis Talent. It was Jarko, who's been very quiet in this series so far, but he had 37 kills in that game.
That's outrageous number. And yeah, Prospects is a huge scalp to take on Ancient in particular. We saw them put up 16-1 earlier today. So that's a bit of confidence for them. And look, if you asked me at the end of Mirage where this series is going and who was going to take it, it looked like OG Academy had everything in their hands to do it. But Astralis Talent looked very good on Inferno, a complete resurgence. And going into Ancient, it's a map that they are comfortable playing. It's a map that I even thought they might pick into potentially as a punish. So they were very happy for this to be the decider. And we talked about this veto generally looking like it favored Astralis Talent going into this.
Yeah, and you look at Ancient and you look at the games that Astralis Talent have, they only have one more than OG Academy. But what I will say is, every game they've won has been incredibly close. They beat ENG's Academy on this map, Prospects, as I've just mentioned. They lost to Illuminar, but that was 16-12. And Illuminar, a team, remember, they were at the RMR. So the fact that it goes 16-12 is still very good. And if I had to predict anything, I would think that Astralis Talent could do this. But here's the knife round. Here's where it all is to play for, because it's arguably the most important one of any map.
It's super critical here, and it's going to come down to the 1 versus 1. Sound is going to go down. Crystal finishing the job, which means Astralis Talent is starting on that CT side. And as you mentioned, that is so critical with how this map plays. It's one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool, although I'm not 100% sure necessarily applies at the WePlay Academy League, considering what we saw earlier from Prospects. So OG Academy is still plenty to play for.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say, though, is the fact that Astralis Talent, every time they play this map, they do their best work on the CT side. And we know how much of an issue the T side potentially could be for this team. We saw it on Mirage. We didn't see it on Inferno. We saw a revitalized Astralis Talent. But especially on a map like Ancient, and just given the history books, Astralis Talent looked dominant on CT, lackluster on T.
Well, let's see what OG look like on the T side. Crystal is holding Cave. He's going to fall back off that initial contact. No damage done yet. The nade stack misses the mark. Now he can hold this angle. Awaken jiggles into it. Gets a bit of contact, but falls back. But still not a scrape done. And now they're going to push through. Awaken gets the kill onto Crystal, peeking in. Now they can start to accelerate. There's one defender here, but it's out towards long. Rotation's coming through. And Jarko, you mentioned him earlier, opens it up with a nice kill, drops the bomb as well. Flashes come through. There's no smoke to block him off, though, so he can just stand here and poke and prod as they make their way on, trying to plant the bomb, and he's looking for a kill that's not there.
No, but Patty steps in. Literally over his corpse, bro finds another, and Sal's just getting peppered through this smoke. Gives away the audio cue, and suddenly it's on to Marek. 1 versus 3. Good shot on towards the first and the second. Can he get the third? He can. Marek, that's absolutely huge. Astralis Talent completely fumble the bag.
Marek's XXX. What a triple kill from him. That was absolutely filthy. 3 taps, and well, that third one took a couple extra bullets to get it over the line. It doesn't matter. Recovers the round after Astralis Talent looked perfect. Let's check that replay, because that was a sight to behold. Check those out. All 3 headshots. Domination.
Oh, hang on. It's another stack. This one's cool. All right. 2 different boosts. And well, OG, they're going, eh? They're going to walk into it.
Well, they're going to clean it up. Mac 10's getting the first 2 kills, and they are all standing out in the open. Okay. Marek's recovers. What? That was just pure USBs.
Look at Marek's reaction.
What? That. They got the first 2. They weren't ready for the second stack, though. No one's ever ready for the second stack.
Triangle of death.
Sequel better than the first.
That's unreal.
Huge amount of damage. Only one
Yeah.
player surviving. Like, that's a massive win for Astralis. And look at this run boost, Paddy. Oh my god, he even gets the opener spamming through the smoke. He can fall back. This is looking good for Astralis talent early. Look at that damage being done through the spam as well.
Yeah, real good. Much better now the rifles are in play. Jarko in towards cave. Passive line. Flame's going to force him back. So Jaguar control can now be gathered by OG. Jarko potentially looking to flash himself forward. Bro with a very defensive smoke to allow a little bit more wiggle room. Jarko will find Sound. Can't quite follow up on towards the Mentor. 1-for-1 trade.
At least that's some ground taken from OG. They can now establish a bit of control in towards cave, and they're throwing all the smokes out. They're committing to this one. Bro is trying to spam through it, trying to catch them on the commit, but he's not going to connect any bullets thus far. Dementor just about dodging them through the smoke. You can see the outline. Didn't know that they were coming, but he was jumping over them all. Now he can punch in those digits, get that bomb planted, and they can set up. Now they've got another smoke to deploy as well. Marek can drop that down. This is still on for OG.
Yeah, it is. This is very difficult for Astralis talent. Awakening could just throw this flash in. It's perfect. The Mentor swings in alongside Marek's, but hang on a second. It's actually just all left onto Awaken. But he's got so close with this Mac 10 and spotted out the second player. Upgrades to an AK, but Cristal's already crossed, but he hits the shot anyway. OG recover, and they continue with the flawless start on the T side of Ancient. What is happening with this map today?
Yeah, and this is how that round opened up. If you want to cast your minds back, it was Paddy getting that kill. But oh my lord. I mean, Awaken plays this perfectly, right? He knows in the 1 versus 2, knows that he's isolated towards ramp, and with the Mac 10, you're never going to win that. So he catches that time. You can see he was watching the smoke as he made his way up. The fact that he catches that player off and then can upgrade to an AK, it's just beautiful. Now look, more pace coming through. M4 removed. That was the only upgraded rifle into this round, but it is a stack once again. Doesn't matter though, this time. Cristal, actually, maybe it does matter. He's able to fire one, gets himself a Mac 10, but that's going to be just about it. They swing onto him and he goes down. Jarko, the only one remaining. Right, and I'm starting to think that this is a T-sided map.
Yeah, it looks that way. It's not, though. It isn't. What I liked there is the fact that OG, they threw an instant red smoke. I learned the other day that you can throw, out the 6 spawns on Ancient, you can throw an instant red smoke from 5 of them. But what that does is it forces the rifle into Donut, exactly straight into the Mac 10. The pathing was perfect.
That's a fun fact.
Thank you.
It's like a Mirage tier kind of spawn-based smoking. Very nice. Very nice. I wonder how we'll see that continue. Whether it becomes the norm like Mirage mid-window smokes are. Last two for Bro, taking the fight, gets that opening kill, trying to fight for some more, but he runs out of bullets and the trade comes through. Cristal with the AWP, posted up, he is able to punish. Dementor getting a little bit too aggressive. So Astralis talent, they come out ahead in this initial engagement.
Ooh. Nearly connecting the bullets on towards Sound. But not quite. Oxygen's waiting, biding his time. His teammates are going to rotate over. It's going to be this A commit. There are 2 defenders here, evenly split for Astralis talent. And it is that man Ultex again.
It's not going to be fading. This is going to be the commitment. They've dropped their own smoke, right? No, that is a T smoke, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yes, no, it has to be. Blocking that angle off, so now they're going to start to make their way through. Rotations come back towards Donut. It looked like they started to push out in towards mid to get that info. They don't spot anybody homes. Now they know that this has to be all coming out through A main. The spot was yet to go down. That smoke is actually going to start fading soon because it was kind of quite a while ago. And in fact, it has run out. Awaken's trying to get that bomb down. And Sound punishes Paddy on that swing, but he's removed by Cristal, overextending. Oxygen now has to pull off a clutch of his own. 1 versus 3. Can't quite connect onto the head. Looking for Altex instead. And none of these kills coming through. Unfortunately, Jarko finishes the job with the USP. And Astralis talent will get there first on the board.
Finally. Much needed round for Astralis talent. OG Academy, they just don't go off their own utility and they just slow things down to the point where the bomb plant even becomes uncomfortable because the donut smoke is no longer a consideration. They even find the opener onto the bomb site, but the retake's perfect. Crystal's just holding for these players that are just overextending in towards spawn. I mean, OG aren't going to mind. They've already got 4 rounds they can reinvest back in as well. Another instant smoke. That one's going to land deep in towards the B doors, and Astralis have more control of the ramp.
Waken with his AWP peering on in. Crystal's doing the same over towards A main. There are a lot of OG Academy players here. Altex in this advanced position. Marius clears it. He's spotted now, but now they're going to walk straight into the AWP. Then a missed shot. Altex is able to get one. And Waken gets that trade immediately. So it's down to the 4v4, and it's scrambling the rotations. OG don't have to commit to this.
Yeah, look at the gap in middle. They were going to flank on towards Donut. Astralis Talent have got no information about this. You see, this is why Bro is holding deep. But the real hit and the intention is coming in towards Donut. Nice smoke. Removes an angle. Crystal can just focus, prioritize A main. But you see, he's still worried about Donut. And then Astralis Talent, they're rotating away because everything's gone silent.
He should be worried. He's got an AWP and he's in a position where if they come out Donut, he cannot respond. You can see that's why he's had to fall back in towards the elbow, because it's the only position where he's got somewhere to fall back from after the initial shot. Oh, the timing! Just as he crosses, doesn't spot the player. And now he's flashed off, fires off that shot. And he is able to at least just about get away. Nice kill onto Marix. He is forced off. And Sound has dealt with Paddy in Donuts. That bomb could go down. And OG have a bit of room to move.
Yeah, they do. Bro's re-walking in. Jarko. This kill on towards Donut could be quite pivotal because Awaken's here as well. But look at Sound. He's trained Crosshair on this position. He will find Jarko. It makes it a lot easier for OG. Awaken finds Bro. Suddenly, Crystal, 1 versus 3. That bomb is already far ticked, and he's not ready for Dementor on the bomb site. OG, they immediately bounce back with a round in response.
And that was a really well-played round as well. Just the way that they opened that one up. It was a initial trades go even, and then they don't overcommit to A. They throw out that utility. They play with all the rotations, and they come to that pincer into towards Donut. And you can see how uncomfortable Astralis Talent felt. Crystal had to fall back to a more passive line, and the rest of the team, they felt that it had been too long, that there had to be a gap somewhere else, and they started to scramble, started to rotate. And then OG, they eventually hit. Astralis Talent to force back into this one.
It's a little one-way. Crystal on the MP9. So's Jarko in towards Jaguar. So the control's been established at the very least by Astralis Talent, and I like the fact that they've just conceded it immediately, because OG will have to take time to diligently clear every single corner. So it allows a bomb site to be reinforced temporarily. You can see that Crystal's made his way over into a close corner with the MP9. Jarko can take first contact over towards Cave, and OG, they are set up where they look like they want to head towards this B bomb site.
That guy's just jiggling the angle. That Molotov's going to force him back, but now he gets a little bit of info. And with the MP9, you can just tuck into one of these angles, and your gun barrel is not going to be protruding. And it's a difficult clear. Both these sides can be supported. Here comes the flash. Looking through Darko, trying to swing out. No, both kills going the way of the T's. Oh, make it a third. Sound just charging through, doming everybody in his way. Bro, it's an absolute no. Cannot do anything on the B bomb site. That round is done and dusted. Look, that's a fun little boost up onto the bricks. There's not on the other side because Astralis Talent are going to be saving.
Yeah, they need to. Look at the bank balances. 3 players have got $0. The highest person with the most stonks on Astralis Talent is Jarko with 150. And that's not ideal. That's far from diamond hands.
Yeah, that's... What's the opposite of stonks, Brandon? Stinks.
Yeah.
Oh
no, it just gets worse.
Stocks are falling rapidly. Paddy, the only one with any investment. At least will keep his hands onto this one. And loss bonus is at least going their way, which Always feels like a very small consolation, but does mean at least you can get something around the M4. You could technically invest because you could drop one, but that feels unlikely. You want to play with everything in the bank, so they're going to keep it relatively even here.
Patty's dropped an incendiary. Kind of a cool touch. So Cristal can work with that one with his USP. Run boost doesn't even work out. Everything is not really sunshine and rainbows for Astralis talent, but look at Patty getting so aggressive with this rifle. Sound is not ready for this. He is kind of looking for it. But at the same time, look at middle. It is being accounted for 1-for-1 trade at the very least. Jarko will pick up the M4 and can now swing in, but Sound's holding. Cristal somehow found a USP kill in all of the madness.
Sound was never accounted for. He was never spotted up in there. So he's able to get that second kill, even though the initial contact doesn't come through from Patty. It's still weirdly doable. Smokes are delaying this hit. Bro, oh, he is spotted. Sound gets that kill, and this spam is not connecting onto Cristal. Sound, it doesn't matter. Just walks through, shoots him in the face.
Yep. Altex holds onto the AK. See you later. Wants nothing to do with it. Might go for an exit. Could sit over here. Just peek in. There are some horrible little angles you can sit in. This one in particular is not very nice. There you go. Dementer has been removed. And oh, that's an AWP. Okay, that's the true intention of the round. Trying to grab that one for Cristal. It's a nice play. Good awareness from Astralis talent, but I'm more focused on the scoreboard at the moment than the economy management, because OG Academy, it's 7-1 on the T side.
Altex, he's actually being hounded here. Oh, a missed shot.
Oh no.
They're hunting. Coming from both angles. Yeah, he's done. He's done. Oh no, he's gonna stay moved. Last second. Oh, Sound gets him. Even picks up the AWP. It's an absolute slap in the face from OG Academy. They're now on to 7 on this T side. Just 1 for Astralis talent.
Cristal's got 7k. He can buy. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay.
It's not
really.
okay. It's not okay at all.
I was kind of mentioning the T side woes of Ancient for Astralis talent. Yeah, this is not it. This is not what they need right now.
Well, this could be what he needs. Nice opener onto Dementer. Looking for a second. There it is. Bomb dropped as well. Sound gets one in response, and Cristal's been forced back to a more passive line. Oh, Oxygen removes him. Oh no. They managed to recover this one after these 2 openers go their way, but Jarko does get the player lurking in mid. Oxygen, this Molotov is going to force them back, so can try and position forward for the plant, but not ready for Jarko. That leaves it now all onto Sound. Patty swings out, and Astralis talent do get their second on the board.
What a recovery. Considering that situation, but it was really nice work from Cristal. 2 quick kills on the way in. OG Academy reply, but they're not ready for the second wave of the mid flank. Jarko does incredibly well, gets 2 kills here, right when it matters. And Astralis talent, they needed that. They really did. But look at the money on the other side of things. There's happy faces on the floor. So at least that's a little bit of motivation to get them going. If they feel sad, they can look down. Everything's okay. You're still on the CT side of Ancient. There's still a possibility for Astralis talent to take 8 here.
Yeah, it's a small possibility. You know, considering the momentum of this 7-2 does feel like it's all with OG at the moment. They got plenty to work with as well. They can full invest into this one, probably enough into the follow-up as well. Sounds almost on 10k at the moment. That's after dropping an AK. Maybe just a quick tech coming through. Had a few little typings in the chat. Hopefully can get that one resolved shortly. But just to reiterate, this is an elimination map now. The winner of this one will progress through the gauntlet stage. They'll be taking on Mal's NXT tomorrow. Both those teams will be battling it out for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's huge as well.
Navi,
really
Spirit Academy, they're already there.
Already got 1 semi-final set up. Well, grand final, I guess, because you got 2 qualified teams. Either Young Ninjas or the Prospects. That's a spicy matchup. Patty taking control of middle very aggressively. Even willing just to kind of drop the smoke down in late. Look at this retake of middle from OG. It comes to their detriment. Patty chimes in with 1. Oxygen with the immediate trade. 4 versus 4. And that's going to force Astralis Talent back away. You can see Jarko was so close up towards Jaguar, and now he's on the bomb site.
Yeah, but look at this. 3 players for the CT side over towards B. It's only now that Jarko starts to rotate back towards mid. And that's because Donut was smoked off, and there was this timing window where the T's could have made their way through. Instead, though, they are making their way towards B. All 4 players here committing. Well-timed Incendiary is going to slow things down. That HE not quite going to hit the mark. Awaken hits one, though. Crystal remove. AWP chimes through. And now Bro is getting desperate on the side. Oxygen just spams him through the smoke. And now Jarko is trying to get in front of the smoke of his own to try and make something happen, but it's not going to be the case. Altex left, scratching his head. Can go back to the smiley faces on the floor because that's the only thing close to a teammate he has.
So sad as well, because immediately after Astralis Talent get around, this is now another instance where OG just bounced back.
Look at this hunt. Oxygen's already flanking around towards A to try and deny any saving.
Oh, the lost bonus, it's still 3rd stage, but at the end of the day, the only one with real finances is Jarko. Everyone's just kind of limping, and will he be found out? Altex, this save is actually quite important here. If you're Astralis Talent, you can drop it over. We'll survive. We'll hold on to it. Can't get the AK, doesn't want to move. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's necessary to bring that one over because he can drop one, he can invest himself, and there's enough around just about to bring out the buy. But OG have already won the half, and we're only 10 rounds in, about to hit around 11. And they are on 8-2. Not quite as dominant as prospects earlier today, but certainly taking a leaf from their book.
That's ridiculous. It's not this T-sided of a map. It's the opposite.
In the past, old man. It's all about the
true.
T side now. Oh, Jarko, that's a nice kill. Through.
Damage onto sound as well.
Yeah. They were trying to assemble a boost and they're punished.
Flash. Spam, this time not connected. Combination of the utility and the spam on the receiving end. Jarko limps away back to the safety of CT. Crystal gives him the MP9. A little bit unfortunate, but he's going to go straight back into the fight. But OG Academy, they don't want to go towards B. That bomb on Oxygen's back, he's waiting for his team, and they're going to move all the way around to A. They're playing with their food.
There's a man advantage for Astralis Talent. They have Altex in towards Donut. He's the only one over towards A. At some stage, this rotation will come through. They've got 3 players leaning towards B. Maybe they will just hold.
It might just be a contact play out here, because here comes the smokes.
Oh,
but look at this read. Crystal's rotated over.
Yeah, it's kept the rotation here, though, towards B, so it's only these 2 players on the side. Crystal, oh, he's removed sound. What an entry. Altex now has to do it all. 20 seconds left. He could still unravel this round. Smoke comes through, blocks off his vision. He's going to try and line this one up. There's a gap in it. He denies the bomb going down. Marix gets a kill, but there's 10 seconds left. They have to flash. And Altex is still being a nuisance. Oh, and his teammate comes through. Sound gets the kill. 5 seconds left. 4 seconds. Oh, it doesn't have enough time. Just about. No, Astralis. Deal it away.
That's really nice from Bro as well. The fact that he just runs away. He knows that the time is weak. And at the same time, he doesn't give over any opportunity. If OG plant the bomb, that's fine. He can reset, go in for the retake. But just by running away, he secures that round. Nicely done. And that's huge. Altex's kill, the bomb denial, that's absolutely massive. And it allows the Astralis Talent players to just come back into that bomb site and fight from the front. They retake before the bomb's even planted.
And that's just that smoke. If that's not kind of missed, that's a lot harder to deny that bomb going down. And that would have been the pivot point for the round. Still comes very close considering Astralis Talent had player advantage into that one still. And the fact that the whole time it feels like OG Academy have the advantage despite that. Even still, it's going to be a third round for Astralis Talent. And yeah, there is a chance they can get 4 more. Going to be going up against the full buy once again, but this one will break the bank if OG Academy can't convert.
Good molly. Good control as well from Astralis Talent in towards middle. Lets them focus their efforts down towards the shelf. Sound. He's under pressure, and that's going to mean that OG are going to push through middle, but it's to their demise. Patty with the MP9, but OG, they're finding the success towards B. 2 kills out towards Cave, and for Patty and Altex, they're so far away from the fight. It's just left up to Bro, and he's already been dinked down very low.
And Patty's been hurt as well. Marix is going to catch him in the back line, spots him going across, and he's got Altex tucked in here. Altex is very aware of that, but doesn't matter. Goes down regardless. Now Marix is throwing out the utility. Patty manages to avoid the ticks, so now he can get close and he can catch off Marix off guard. A-King can be recovered. Spots out the player towards ledge. Oh, a tap. Sound walks into the bullet. Bomb's being planted over towards the A bomb site, but it's actually just awakened here. This is a funky 2v2. Oxygen dropping that smoke doesn't go where he wants it. Now they know. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. Oh, he can find that kill. Now puts it all onto Bro. Can't quite align the bull. 10 HP. It's awkward. Can't connect it. No G get 9.
It was the rifles and it was the Glock versus the USP. OG again just bat away the rebuttal from Astralis Talent. They cannot get consecutive rounds in a row, and it's constantly keeping the finances so difficult to keep investing around. Look at this buy. When everyone purchases from Astralis Talent, it's going to look horrible. I'm just going to be honest. 2 MP9s, 2 Deagles, 1 M4. OG, perfect opportunity to get double digits.
On the T side as well.
Yeah.
Terrifying prospect for Astralis Talent. It does feel a reality. Altex has gotten an advanced position out towards A main, so that's something. That means they can focus their attentions elsewhere. They're actually calling a rotation back towards A. They've got 3 players over on this side. That's not where OG Academy are focusing their attentions quite yet. They've got a player out towards mid. Sound's taking ground in towards cave. Wow! Darko gets the kill there and doesn't take any damage from that spam. But the trade comes through. There's only 1 defender here in Bro, and he is close combat with the Desert Eagle. Falls back while the rotation comes through.
Good smoke. Well timed. And he just wants to play close towards it. And there's a flank on. Look at Altex. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oxygen's found him on the swivel. I thought there could be potential there, but not quite. OG shut me up, as well as Astralis Talent, as Awaken finds Bro, and a second onto Cristal. There's only 1 player remaining. It is Patty as the hero over towards Inferno, but not this time on Ancient. OG will hit double digits, and what's so impressive is the way and the manner in which they've been winning these rounds. Everyone is together, moving as a unit. It doesn't matter where they go on the map. They can just trade and just keep on fighting.
Double digits, and looking like 11 could be on the cards as well, because look, it's just these upgraded pistols from Astralis Talent. OG Academy, this is a fantastic showing on Ancient. Particularly when we consider how strong Astralis Talent have been historically on this, and they come off the back of that prior map win where they looked really good on Inferno.
You just made me think, should they have picked Vertigo? But they did win their map pick, I guess. But
they could have floated it, right? Because they had the choice between Ancient and Vertigo for the decider. That was risky going to Ancient, and we're seeing why.
oh, hello. That's a free AK. Oxygen will find Jarko at the very least, and they're just not aware that there's players all the way over here. Cool molly. But Sal's just going to run out. Cristal. His bullet echoes on the bomb site, and Patty's recovered AK will find another. Now that's an AWP, and here comes the flank that we were talking about in the previous. Altex will strike onto Oxygen, And now Dementa versus 3. There's no way out. It's an unlikely round, but it's a way back in.
It's a bit of a blunder there from OG, really trying to overcommit to those fights. They get 2 really nice kills over towards B, and then they try and force the issue, running into the flames. Crystal's just there with the deagle, hits a lovely dome, and then that flank comes through. Perfectly timed from Altex, gets 1, doesn't need to get the follow-up because at that point, Dementa is by himself. So it is at least something for Astralis Talent. Unlikely round, but they do get it. And now we go into the last round at the half, and it's pace, it's speed. They're going straight up in towards the B bomb site, trying to take the fight to them, but Sound is removed immediately. He was charging in with a Mach 10. Bro found him, but they have forced rotations come over. 3 players here. G Academy still interested in B.
Yeah, but look at Patty's position. This angle's so good because as they cross in towards Donut, he spots the gun barrel. He follows up, but Oxygen will trade at the very least. Altex is now here. OG are in Donut. He's going to creep out. Does find the first. Bomb can't quite be planted here, but Awaken doesn't care. Crystal is removed, but Jarko has flanked this entire time. It's just Dementa. He's low HP, he's being peppered by utility, and Astralis Talent will find 5.
All right, they get 2 at the tail end. It's certainly more than it was looking like when it was that 3-10 scoreline. Now it's 5-10, which looks a little bit more recoverable, particularly with that pistol round coming up. But it is going to be the T side. When you take a look at that scoreboard and see OG, a lot more players up in the double digits. Sound leading the charge, 17 for 9. His entries were phenomenal over towards B. A side switch, though. It's an upwards battle for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, that's an understatement. They are... I mean... I don't know. I want to hear from OG. Let's jump into their team speak as they take the lead here.
I'm going anti-flash.
Starting long away.
Jumping up.
Yeah. Give me sound, guys.
I don't see mid, I'm peeking
Sound,
out.
sound, sound.
Mid out! Help! 2!
Two more.
Nice.
One more.
One more. I'm going back, I'm going back, I'm going back. One more mid.
Yeah,
Give me heaven, guys. Give me heaven. Yeah,
Go
heaven.
Heaven.
Go away.
Hey, aim in rushing.
Come
Can
again.
be out
Smoke
mid.
city.
Let's play retake. Let's play retake. I don't have flashes. Guys, smoke city.
Let out,
Check
guys.
tempo. Let's check tempo.
Let's go from city.
One more.
Nice, Neme.
Yeah, but doesn't know what he
I'm a
does.
Paco.
He gets stuck in every corner and then thinks like,
Oh my lord, absolutely love listening to their team speak from OG. They are such an excited team. Dementa in particular, very vocal, but what a triple kill. This was absolutely beautiful. All 3 with the P2K. Gets OG the pistol, and you could hear the celebration. Everyone getting excited for that one.
Perfect. And now Astralis Talent, they look to work middle. But Marix, just with the MP9, finds 2. That's a lot of cash injected into his bank. Dementa finds another. It's all crumbling apart for Astralis Talent. And Awaken's even holding this little horrible gremlin angle in towards CT. And Dementa's even chasing down this kill. Altex on the Glock, but that's about it. OG, they find 12.
Yeah, that one was always going to take place that way. 2 kills go the way of Astralis Talent, but I think OG Academy will be okay with that one. They can still fully invest across the board. They can drop those rifles over and they'll be feeling healthy going up against the guns. And now it's a 7-round lead. At the half, it felt like that pistol was really important for Astralis Talent to take over because now it's such a tough way to come back into this game on a really unfavored side.
There we go. Lots of mollies being thrown in towards middle. Astralis Talent know and understand the importance of mid control on Ancient. Nice counter smoke being thrown in from Sound. Replenishes. The extremity's being pushed by Oxygen, but bro, it's a wonderful opener. It's a good start here on the gun round for Astralis.
That's what they needed. OG Academy feeling a little bit under the pressure here, playing a little bit more passive onto this gun round, knowing they're against the rifles and that their economy isn't established yet. Oxygen goes through a bit of an info play, a bit of a advanced position and is punished for it. They're getting ready to wrap, but look at this stat. Everyone on the CT side is here. They have all rotated over.
It's a good read, but my eyes are looking at Ultex, and if he starts to push, find information over towards A, then it could be perfect. But here comes the utility. They're really willing to commit to this, and this defense. Wow, Sal's already found 2, and hasn't even revealed that there's more players here.
Good utility to flesh him out and deal with him. And Astralis talent aren't committing yet, but it does feel like they still are considering it. Now Altex does start to creep forward. So despite not spotting the stack, the fact that they lose 2 players initially makes them want to rethink this. They're now going towards the A bomb site. They're going to find it open and empty so they can get the bomb down. Rotations will be fast. There's going to be 3 versus 3. There's a smoke on Marix and there is a kit on Dementor.
Yeah, smoke's probably going to be used for the bomb.
Ooh, goes to Donut though, and it blocks off everybody.
That's true. Hasn't been deployed yet. Now will be, and it is in towards Donut. This is not ideal for Astralis talent.
Let's stick on it. Someone has to start defusing. Dementor has that kid. He's going to get on it. Oh, he's going to get taken down through the smoke. They line up. Now they're just charging through. A knife kills fully blinded. He's white. Eyes cannot see a single thing, but he still gets him with a knife. Patty denies the defuse, but it comes down to the wire. 9 HP, 3 kills in it. Astralis talent gets their first on the T side.
How's he knifed him there? That's outrageous. He's fully blind. This all starts off so well for OG, but Astralis talent, they make that work, and I just don't get it. There's no rhyme or reason that he goes for it. He's fully blind.
Fully blind, has his knife out. Why not just hit the left click?
Yeah, I guess so.
Maximize your usage of your of your time. Okay, good entry. Dementor removed. This round is just pistols.
Yes.
For OG.
Good molly. Oxygen. Sound, are they going to have a little crossfire going? Probably not. So vision's completely obscured. That means Oxygen's isolated through the smoke. Sound will then fall. The Mac 10s making some money at the very least for Astralis talent. It's going to be 7. Alright, that gap is slowly starting to close. Still a long way back in though, I feel. Just given the nature of some of the rounds that OG Academy were winning.
So Paddy's having another unbelievable game. He's on 21 kills, 21 for 4. He was top of the leaderboard on Inferno as well, and he is just leagues above the rest of the squad. So on the other side, you got Sound with 22, so just edging out, but they do have a 5-round lead. So the fact that Paddy is still not that far behind is really a testament to how well he's been playing. I'm
really happy that Patty, as well as Jarko, has been given this opportunity because they've come through the ranks together. They've played on both Los Reyes, which I think is Sashi. I'm talking over this one because it's a little bit weird, but it is just the pistols, I was going to say, the Soul M4. But it is a 3 versus 3. So let's give some more attention to it. Cristal is now holding Jaguar for this push that currently isn't going to come in from Sound. And there's a player deep in A in Awaken. He's completely removed from this fight, although he might be involved in a moment because Astralis talent are heading back that way. And look at the rotations from OG. Where this push is coming back in from Sound, it allows this rotation to come over from Marix.
Oh, look at this in the back line. Sound runs out of bullets though. Picked up that M4 and he can't convert the kill. Cristal somehow getting away there, but on low HP. Paddy now has to do it. Oh, nice shot. Leaves it onto Cristal. He's got an AK in his hand. He's got EG stickers. It doesn't have his own stickers. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. 3 in the round. Faking out the bomb plant, trying to wait for Sound to peek into it, but Sound is not biting. He knows he did that damage earlier to him. Cristal now committing to that plant. It's going to go down. Cristal's creeping forward, just holding this angle, trying to catch the headshot of Sound as he walks through. Baits out the shots, and then Sound swings to close.
What a round from OG Academy. That's one rifle that's done all of the damage. Just some harping on about Jarko and Patty getting an opportunity here, especially with Astralis talent. It doesn't matter. Oxygen gets 2 kills, somehow runs completely past one of the Astralis talent players and just completely eliminates the back line. Trouble in the comms. Trouble on the server. 13-7. OG Academy are in touch and distance of potentially being one best of 3 away from the WePlay Academy League playoffs.
Round, they had no business winning, but they get it done, and it starts with that fantastic opener as well from Oxygen with that M4. Down, finishing the job. He's now 24 kills, definitely standout player for OG. Jacko, good control. He's able to take Jaguar. More like the way how often he's been playing this position on both sides of the server.
He has got the space for his team. Bro. Can't really connect any bullets here. Dementor's repositioned in the meantime. Again, a 3-player lean for OG Academy over towards this side of the map. Good Molotov prevents positioning for Astralis talent, but they are all joining forces here towards B. It's going to be the hit, but look at Oxygen. He's pushed the whole way through. Astralis talent, they're not ready. Cristal will trade at the very least, but it's a lot of damage on towards Jarko.
I couldn't quite get that second kill, but doesn't matter. Dementor's going to get the contact. He now falls off the back of that plane. Now, leading Sound actually blinded here. He's by himself, but Dementor gets the trade onto Bro. Manages to get that kill, putting it back into the 3 versus 3, and Marix catches off Jarko on the cross. There was no smoke out towards long. Marix has found another. It's all now on Cristal on the side. He has the smoke protecting him for a moment. Nice tap onto the AWP, but he has to find 2 more, and he can't quite do it. Dementor is there. OG Academy are going to be getting themselves up to 14.
Unfortunate. Really unfortunate there for Cristal, because if he just has a clean tap on towards Awaken and doesn't get legged, there's opportunity there because he can isolate those gunfights perfectly. And they are limping into that battle, OG. That's a really nice try, to be honest with you. It feels like if Awaken misses the shot, there's potential there for Astralis talent to get an 8th.
This is now a very scary position for Astralis talent. Half the rounds of OG feels inevitable at this point, but we'll see what they can do. Aggression out towards mid. Nice damage with the HE. Jarko, he wants to press the issue out towards red. Has the Mac 10 up close. Potentially get flashed through, but he's going to wait for the fade. Once it disappears, he might give it a look in. Has a teammate here to support him as well. It's actually empty at the moment. 3 of them, in fact, are going to be pushing through here. They've got the bomb on their backs. You don't often see this sort of maneuver. It is being held for deep towards B. Oxygen forces them out across, and now Marix can swing out. Oxygen got 1, but they have found a pathway through in, but it doesn't matter. Awaken is here with the AWP. He's in towards Temple, making it his home. Now it's a little awkward. Altex has the bomb by himself in towards Red House. They know exactly where he is. He's relying on his teammates to find the opener towards A, but there's still 2 players here. Altex making his way back through, but he's the only one. Catches Awaken looking the wrong direction. Now it's just too many players, and a good kill onto Dementor, but brought down low.
Oh, if he had more health. Again, if he had more health. What an adjustment on towards the second player as well. Nice try from Altex. But, I mean, look at the money for Astralis talent. It feels like it's the beginning of the end. I'm just going to be honest. OG Academy.
The beginning of the end, Brandon. This is the end of the end.
Yeah, true. But
Beginning
especially on this map.
10-5 half.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Damn. Galil, Mac 10, Tech 9, Deagle, Tech 9. To survive. To stay in the gauntlet, Awaken. Will be tested temporarily. Astralis talent, feigning presence, smoking off the sniper's scope. But I tell you what, they're not falling for it. They're rotating in towards middle. Got 2 players here now.
OG Academy not falling for the lurk smoke bait. Sound is still holding this, and they have Awaken here. So A is knocked down. B is the destination. Peering in, Oxygen wants to go for the info. Bro almost catches him up. Kill comes through. Trade is there. And now Jarko starts accelerating, jumping over the flames, making his way into the back lines. Might have gone unnoticed here. No, Dementor clears it. Catches him just before that smoke goes down. Cristal's in towards middle here, and he's going to get Awakened. That's a big kill to find. He can get himself this AWP, and he can block off one of these avenues. They're now going to crunch back towards A, where it's just Sound.
He can drop the bomb. There's another player here. He stands the test of time. And now it is all onto Cristal. And guess what? They know exactly where he is. 20 seconds, the bomb. It's in no man's land. Charging with the Tech 9. Does find one. Swaps to the AWP and even goes through the smoke. But 15 seconds, there's no time. And OG know this. Very passive setup. And Marix locks it in. OG will go forward in this gauntlet stage. And now we have to say goodbye to Astralis talent.
Yeah, a great showing on Inferno, but here on Ancient, they just struggled against the aggression of OG on that T side in particular. We saw Sound put up an incredible performance on both sides of the server. You know, I said just Sound is the only defender over A. It doesn't matter. He can get a double kill and end it there. And that's how it started. It was that Marix 1v3 clutch to get things rolling. And I think that really set the tone for how this game played out for OG.
Yeah, it really did. And the fact that they were just moving as a pack, it was just such a core mentality and principle here on Ancient that really was to their success. And Astralis talent, it's so unfortunate because you've got a lot of very talented players on this roster, but it is a very new roster. The fact they made it to the gauntlet stage is already a very good sign of things to come, I believe, for this lineup, because you got the likes of Cristal, who is only 20 years old, has got so much experience playing in with North. You've got the core duo of Jarko, as well as Patty, and Patty has been performing exceptionally well, especially under the high-pressure scenario of a game such as this.
Yeah, he was the top performer for Australia's talent on this map and on Inferno, and he was really putting in all the effort here. For OG Academy, Sound was just head and shoulders above everybody. Both sides of the server, 129 ADR, 63% headshots against those 27 kills. So he was being very sharp. His entries over towards the B side on that T side were just fantastic, picking them apart every single time. And that's what allowed them to have such a dominant T side and take that 10-5 half.
And even with Sound performing incredibly well, you look at the rest of the team and all four players were just within 1 kill of each other, which shows a lot of consistency and shows a lot of hard work that OG Academy have been putting in. So now we know the grand finals of the gauntlet stage, really, because 2 teams will qualify through to the playoffs. We're going to have OG Academy taking on Mouse NXT and the Prospects taking on Young Ninjas tomorrow.
Yeah, some really exciting games coming up tomorrow to decide who's going to go through to those playoffs, where Navi Junior, as mentioned, and Spirit Academy are the 2 teams waiting. They topped their group in Group A and Group B, so they were able to progress all the way through. They got to skip this lovely gauntlet stage, which these teams have had to battle through today and tomorrow to make their way to those playoffs. But look, condolences to Australia's talent. As you mentioned, basically a brand new roster. Altek's the only player coming over from the prior season. 4/5 of this roster was a rebuild. Bro comes through just after finishing up playing at the RMRs with Fantasy. You know, considering how fresh this team is playing together as a squad, to come through and to take a map of OG here and to really push them to the limit in the gauntlet stage is a fantastic showing from this squad.
Yeah, it reminds me of the storyline from the Prospects, right? In the previous season, one player survives the rebuild, a very consistent player. Altek's incredible on these anchor positions, and I mean, let's take a look at these standards. As you can see, we can reflect on today. We've just said goodbye to Astralis talent earlier. We also said goodbye to Fnatic Rising, the champions of WePlay Academy Season 5. And as we've mentioned, that sets us up nicely for tomorrow. Prospects versus Young Ninjas, OG Academy versus Mouse NXT.
Tell you what, they're going to be very exciting games because both Fnatic and Astralis look like 2 teams that could have gone the whole distance. Very incredible games from them, but weren't quite able to make it through to the gauntlet stage. And that's going to be it for us here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow, we're going to bring you all the action for those remaining 2 games. So we'll catch you then.